跑，
就一脚进去，一脚出来，这就很尴尬，
对吧？他总不想自己踏进去就躺着出来吧？
对。
现在可能整个家的希望就放在他身上了。
他只能继续等，但是从刚刚的胜利期望值也看到了
，10年苦读，光宗耀祖就靠他了。
但现在感觉是读不太出来了，这波下来已经是被 Fnatic 又拿到了亚塔坎，加上的是其实前面的装备也快要开始拉开差距，到等等3件套会是率先由凯莎跟维克特这边拿出来的状态 ，Nkoi 的输出一定是跟不上 Fnatic 的。
一方面，99这里的时光杖也还在叠，
就距离这16等的约定，它还差至少2等，加上这个3层的时光杖，应该是有机会的。但是 Fnatic 在下一波20秒钟就可以直接来试着开这波龙魂团。14等的99 TP 来到了正面，在闪现定墙 EQ 串打的就是有优雅，但是宁之命运稍微拖了一点时间，把这个手误的裁决给用一个很奇怪的方式处理掉了。但是 Upset 也飞到了后排，要把苏帕给秒掉。苏帕交那个闪，虽然能够成功的拉扯，但 Rezo 拍了一下，直接把优雅拍死的同时，再往前点的 Upset 又拿下了 C 位。Mirror 的拼死一搏，反而成为了奥数风暴的养分。Fnatic 依旧在一人未倒的情况下，准备来收火龙龙魂。
这边 Upset 非常果断的进场其实是让对手的注意力去转移到他身上，让后续 Poppy 这里放下奥数风暴完之后，其实其他人是没有办法去限制到他的。那当然也是要必须称赞，绝对是 Miki 第一时间壁咚的非常的漂亮，而且是非常关键是壁咚到了悟空这里，
就又让JoJo刚 TP 过来的一个很尴尬的情况。那请问我现在是要不要进？我现在进了，我要踩火，但后面再进没机会进了。
伤害是不太足够，最后即便想换 Upset， 最后伤害也是差了一些虽然我看到好像 Miki 的大卷
他
回棒落空的样子。
Whatever, the next thing's only a couple minutes away, and now Baron is just 45 seconds away with Fnatic commanding a 10K lead and an Infernal Soul.
Well, where the hell does this leave us if we can get to a game number 3 for Fnatic? Game 1 looked dire. It was Mkoy playing through this engine of Oyoy and Alvaro, finding the success they need, absolutely taking over the games with the picks. Whereas for Fnatic now, it has been about their team fights in game number 2. And honestly, I think a little bit of greed for Mkoy with the draft that Fnatic have been able to punish and now find themselves just moments away from taking down Mkoy in game number 2.
Okay, so the one big thing I will point your attention towards, JoJo did have his Rod of Ages finally proc, and it procced, I believe, once he was level 14 to spike him to 15, like you were talking about earlier. He needs 5% more EXP, and he will hit level 16. A level 16 Kassadin might be the only chance for Mkoy to try to come back into this game. There it is, JoJo Pune level 16, but the Baron is already down to half HP, and Fnatic still commands a 9,000 lead with an Infernal Soul. Mkoy on the approach, Tempered Fate doesn't hit anyone. Baron at 2,000 HP, and it's already going to get secured by Fnatic. Mirwin trying to escape now. Razork still pushing forward. Hobie's also got a stasis. Keep your eyes on that armband. If Mkoy try to turn, it can't be onto him, as now Mirwin wants to drag Razork forward. They're going after the Fnatic jungler. He's already dead, but he caught the Cataclysm before he died, and that means Mkoy's going with them. Upset is dominating. Supa's at the picture. Fnatic end up getting a 2-for-1. They've got the Baron. They've got the Soul. They've got the lead. They've got their eyes on the Nexus, and that first inhibitor turret is not going to stop them. Mid lane inhibitor about to die next, as Mirwin, Elyoya, and JoJo will try to defend. JoJo using the ultis, trying to get the stacks up, throws forward a little bit of damage, has to again ult backwards, trying to escape the gravity field. Mirwin burns down, and Upset is godlike. First Nexus turret down to half HP. Elyoya just trying to juke him, maybe make him think he's going in. Alvaro's back alive, but it's a level 10 Bard. He can't do a whole lot about this. Tempered Fate's not even available to cast. The minions continuing to fire into the turrets. Super back alive now too, into the back line. Goes Mkoy, JoJo wants Upset, but Upset's having none of it. Mkoy, they couldn't scale in time. Fnatic ran the game from minute number 1, and even faster than they lost the first one. They'll win the second one. We're going to game 3.
It's a Fnatic Jarvan skin for a reason. Fnatic able to pick up the win against Mkoy and push us to game number 3. elimination for one of these LEC teams.
Fnatic showing that they are not ready to go home yet. We have had two incredibly one-sided games to two separate sides. Desk, what is going on for our third game?
Well, before we go into that first game, I want to say I'm happy that Fnatic finally arrived at Worlds. Great first victory for them. Took them ages, but guys, better late than never. First win on Jarvan, first win for Fnatic. They just needed that skins buff.
True. Somehow, the looping logic of picking the worst win rate champions gives you the greatest chance of victory.
Yeah, the Jarvan and the Kai'Sa, it's your elimination game. You lose and you're out. You pick two of the picks that just haven't been working for a lot of teams, and you just lock in. It's that simple.
It's that simple.
Yeah, absolutely. And honestly, we had two compositions that wanted to do the exact opposite. On the side of Fnatic, you want to win fast. On the side of MKOI, you want to stall for as long as you can. Turns out they were not able to do it, and thanks to the reliable system network, Razork hits a flash follow gang to lead Fnatic and J4 to their first win here at Worlds, right in the first minutes of the game.
Yes, sir. Following up with a flash to get the kill on towards Supa. Razork really stamped his early presence this game. Like, not only, this is, by the way, following up of a 2v2 kill that Upset and Mickey X were able to get on towards the MKOI bottom lane. So it seems like they looked at MKOI's early games in the last few games. They're like, no, we must be proactive. You definitely wanted to be able to see it, and we got it this game.
Yeah, you know, Mickey took Halo Blades and Ignite on the Poppy. Like, he wanted that early aggression, and it's something we've been criticizing Fnatic for not being proactive enough, for not being aggressive enough. And I feel like maybe MKOI picking the casting was like a call-out. Like, we're going to pick a champion, but if you're not proactive, we'll just hit level 16 and you lose the game. And Fnatic said, bet.
And from those first place, they just kept on going, and it was Razork every time being at the initiative of this. We talked about Kiana on game 1, Razork in game 2. Is that just a jungle bit?
Oh, looking like it. It's kind of looking like it. Even just here, being able to catch out Alvaro with no tunnel and just being able to catch him in the banana bush. So this is just nice to be able to see Fnatic not only get the early kills, follow it through early. Yes, at times you were expecting them to be on side. They knew that MKOI wanted to be able to take these fights even from a deficit, and they challenged them.
And this fight as well, using the Cataclysm to get the flash there from Supa and then the follow-up with the flag and drag. I feel like some of these fights just played so well, and it's crazy this is the same team that we saw get demolished in game 1. Just the turnaround. I don't know what was said behind the stage between game 1 and game 2, but Fnatic finally, as you said, Law, have come and arrived at this tournament.
Yeah, that's actually what I'm wondering. I'm going to follow up on that later. What do you tell your players when nothing has been working for them to come up so convincingly with that much confidence, especially with champions that haven't found any success in the tournament so far?
Yeah, a lot of it, I think it does help to your point. Like, bot lane's winning after that 2v2 bot side. Mid lane has push. Top lane has push because of Rumble into Cassante. So they did have 3 hard winning lanes early. And if you're going to get disrespected in the way that you are getting based off that draft, and you're like, okay, we must like push for advantages, and they did. So really kudos to Razork, who throughout his entire career, he's never going to get criticized to being sleepy in the early game. He is going to try and push for you. And it was Fnatic's teammates that really rallied around it. I didn't want them to, like, you know, be disoriented, like maybe Rumble be on sides or something. No, they recognized the team fights were happening through mid, like the last replay, and they were together for that one. So they were sacking waves for it.
Yeah, and LEC, the first region, they're going to win with Jarvan, which is pretty good. Also, the first region to lose to Jarvan.
I didn't think that this first Jarvan win would come from Fnatic. From every team, honestly, they're not the ones that I believed in here, but they make it happen. They save the day, and they save this series here as well. Now, Elioya was telling us it is going to be about that jungle matchup. It is going to be about me versus Razork, because that is exactly what it's been about all year long in the LEC for both teams.
Yeah, honestly, for the past couple years, you know this better than anyone, Laura. Like, these two junglers, one of the best early game junglers, mechanically skilled junglers. Even when Elioya is talking about it in that interview earlier on today with G-Sun, that he does think it's going to be about those two, it's not ego, it's just true. It's just the reality. So maybe you should be looking to build a draft around it, but I think MKOI realized that you just can't build something like this and expect that, you know, that Razork won't just punch you in the mouth.
And now everything is on the line. One last game to prove it all. For both of those teams, we see MKOI backstage sipping coffee, good. Get that energy, get everything you need, Alvaro, to make this one work, because it is going to come down to this one game, this last game, to save the Worlds run. What are we looking at here?
I think things like the cast didn't really make as much sense to me. I think you want to be proactive. Strong mid jungles, give your junglers the tools. I think like the mid jungle support combo we saw in game 1 for Empire really worked. I think just play like it's your last game, potentially at Worlds, and be active. Try and make those early ganks happen.
Yes, and I know there's a lot of negativity right now about Fnatic from the fans, from everybody out there. Just know they randomly turn it up. Like, K-Corp knows that more than anybody. So don't sleep on them. Really play well around JoJo Gun. That's my expectation. So, just follow it.
Do you think the momentum has shifted here? Because we were thinking that MKOI had the upper hand. They were favored in this matchup, given what we haven't seen from Fnatic. They wake up here. Is Fnatic taking this series?
Are you willing to make that take?
I'm not willing to make that take yet.
I'm not willing to make that take, Lore.
I'm making that take.
Oh,
I think they could do it. I think they could do it. Yeah, that's fine. I have the flag in front of me.
Okay, it's the aura.
Let's see what happens here. It all comes down to this final game between these two LEC teams, Fnatic versus MKOI. Let's see who takes this right after this.
They want to take some control with this, guys. Oh, they're flashing it. Look at the Wu, guys. I knock him. No flash, no. No flash, the Wu. I have flash. Got them out. Yeah. Look at the Sivir, Mickey. Yeah. Look, no flash, Sivir. She's dead, she's dead.
Getting fucked, is getting fucked.
Yeah, we can kill this guy too.
Yeah, Rassanda one in three.
Guys, I can dive here, I can dive.
I tank tower, I keep tanking. I'm out now.
I can kill. Nice, boys. Fuck them up.
The greatest players in the world are here.
They can just burn this one down. Oh my god, forward by 9!
You are going to see them like you've never seen them before.
Rocket Will as the Arcane Storm doing so much work, and Genji! They are just going to ace them!
누구 만나도 이길 수 있다는 자신감 정도로만 생각하고 있습니다.
Genji, the EWC winners! Locking down the Drake is now Doran, decent position, doubles.
Break down my walls, but I won't rise again. Cause I stand tall in my environment. How could I ever close my eyes as they silence sins? They try to take me down with their violence.
Oh, they go back in! Betcha flashes in, and down goes Light!
Alright guys, I just landed in China. Let's go.
Play the local way, pay your way.
Have you ever seen the Great Wall at night?
Play the local way, pay your way.
Red Bull gives you wings. Red Bull gives you wings.
Welcome back to Worlds 2025. We're tied 1-1 in this first elimination best of 3 between Fnatic and Imkoi. Imkoi slammed the first game with nearly a 20,000 gold lead in 27 minutes of gameplay. But in game number 2, Fnatic took control before 2 minutes and never let go, achieving an even faster win. Now, one of these two teams is about to play their very last game at Worlds 2025. As we hop into Champ Select, powered by Omen and HyperX, it's Imkoi back on the blue side, and the mid lane bans are taking priority, with LeBlanc and Aurora banned out alongside the Nico. Over on the other side, Orianna remains a top priority ban alongside Yunara and Vi.
Also, I'm surprised the Vi taken away by Fnatic, because that has kind of been their go-to in these sorts of situations. But now, we'll have to see what that first pick is going to be. Is getting deep in towards the draft. Talia, yeah, okay, so Talia, I was going to say left open. Going to be immediately locked in. That has been, again, one of those JoJo kill specials. Good in team fights, good in side lanes. It's going to be on Fnatic now to try and disrupt us.
Exactly, Talia tied with Ryze there for most picked by JoJo throughout LEC Summer at 5 picks. So we'll see what he can accomplish with the powerful roaming potential, with the powerful pick potential of this champion. Over on the Fnatic side, though, let's see what they've got cooking, because last time around, it was Nicki's Poppy that made so many plays. It's what facilitated the first blood. He played so aggressively on it. He absolutely gapped Alvaro in support in game number 2, and we want to see what they can get for playmakers this time around. But we're going with the Azir for the mid lane, the answer into the Talia, alongside Ezreal for upset.
The Ezreal hasn't worked out too well for Fnatic this time around at the tournament, but there is no Sion, that Mega Tank available on the opposite side thus far, unless Miro wants to go back towards the Ornn. But now, going to immediately go over towards what has been the other go-to pick in the jungle with the Xin Zhao. Razor could actually end up opening up with the Trundle in response here if he really wanted to.
Right, we always look at Trundle as one of those picks that feels really good about Xin Zhao. So much of Xin Zhao's power budget as a champion is target access. He has the ability to threaten carries in the back line. Trundle's target access is much more limited, but if you're standing there fighting him in melee range, he's very, very powerful. So it looks like we'll get the... Wait, not locked in just quite yet. I'm not going to get ahead of myself here. Okay, Braum picked up for Imkoi for the support.
Yeah, I would double down on the Trundle pick now, because Braum doesn't give you the engage tools that you really want. Xin Zhao not going to be great into things like the Ezreal and the Azir for trying to set up those fights. So you imagine Mirwin has to go for something that's going to be a bit tankier, a bit more engage, and that's why it's going to work fantastically here for that Trundle.
Well, it looks like they're thinking what you're thinking, my friend. I'm not going to call it until they lock it in, but I wholeheartedly agree. It seems like it's a good jungle matchup. It seems like it's a good comp matchup, and it seems like it's Trundle on pick 3 here for Fnatic. So now, what do we want to see banned in the second half?
If I'm Imkoi, I'm probably looking at actually banning away things like the Ornn now, because if Ascarin ends up getting a frontline tank for this squad of Fnatic, it feels a bit lights out. It's incredibly potent what they're bringing to the table. Whereas when I look at Fnatic, I'm kind of unsure what way Imkoi want to take the remainder of their draft. There's still a lot of AD carries that can be picked up here, and that looks like it's going to be the focus. And Mirwin, though, the specialty that this guy has is that flexibility in his top lane champion pool. So maybe if you want to try and limit that, something like the Rek'Sai, if you are going to go for a tank in the next rotation.
Okay, let's see here. What's it going to be, Imkoi? Do we want to try to target those tanks? No, instead, going to look towards that Yorick. They don't want to deal with the powerful split pushing pressure, and I can understand that, considering you've got Ezreal and Azir, who should be able to just like group up mid, clear out some waves, deal with that. That could be pretty facilitatory for a side laner to just wreak some havoc, so they want to take him off the table.
Will they? Now Fnatic continue with these AD carry bans. It is kind of taking away those picks that have that safety.
Yep.
I'm going to be the Caitlyn taken away. So definitely wanting to force Imkoi onto something that's a bit more steady and immobile, which is perfect again for what I think could be an Ornn rotation here for Oscarina if they really want to.
And I like this Karma ban here, because when you're banning out Tristana, when you're banning out Caitlyn, when you're banning out these long-range AD carries, it's telling me that you're kind of thinking, okay, well, if we force you into something shorter range, we can play Ezreal Karma and just terrorize the lane. So Imkoi's got that read. They're going to ban the Karma out. Looks like instead, Fnatic are going to think about their support here. I feel like this makes a lot of sense. You're on red side. You want to get some kind of a valuable counter pick here for your 5th pick. So they'll just lock in the Rel alongside the Ezreal for the bottom lane, knowing the support matchup already.
So it's not going to be great in lane, but will be nice it goes. And that was immediately locked in.
Wow.
That's a Vayne.
That's an instant Vayne. I'm just checking.
Okay.
Okay, so I'm just checking this really quick to make sure I see no Vaynes for, okay, never mind. But there's a Vayne, but it's only for upset.
Yeah.
This is Vayne for Supa. This is Supa's first Vayne of summer. I don't actually have the stats pulled up for the rest of the year. I don't know if he played Vayne earlier on.
No,
okay.
it was not a thing.
Yeah. All right, first Vayne for Supa of 2025 here in their elimination game for MKOI.
And I love this rotation from MKOI, because we were talking about the Orin is a little bit tough to play for Fnatic against the Braum, but I think it's still incredibly strong just for providing that team fight and setup that you want. But now MKOI, they're the ones that have turned around and said, right, we're going to play this strong front to back. And there's not really that like ease of lockdown for the Vayne. Sure, Rel can try, but apart from that, this Vayne essentially gets to run through these team fights, and up against an Ezreal should have a relatively easy lane.
Okay, I'm excited for this. I have not seen a Vayne game in a little while, my friend. Like, this is going to be exciting. Obviously, Jax can be a little bit of a problem with the Counter-Strike, being able to dodge away from the auto attacks, but a well-piloted Vayne can be such a menace without adequate hard CC to lock her down. So yes, Jax has Counter-Strike. Ezreal has nothing to lock her down. Trundle can throw out a pillar, but again, when you're in final hour, your tumble is such low cooldown, it's very easy to get away from the pillar pretty easily. If Azir doesn't catch Vayne in the shuffle, he's not CCing her.
And it's also you're trying to jump over to get the Vayne across Taliyah Unraveled Earth, across Braum, across Ornn, across Xin Zhao. It's like, that's a lot of CC that's on the opposite side, trying to prevent you from doing just that. I love this pick from Supa. And I'm so excited to see now if it can pop off.
I'm ready to see it, man. We've got terrain creation on both sides. We've got so much space creation on both sides. I'm really excited to see how well MKOI can try to enable this Vayne, because this is it. This is the season for both of these teams. Your 2025 ends here if you lose as we get onto the Rift. Taking a look at the runes, double summoner spellbook once again.
If I'm MKOI though, and there is someone that I want to put that responsibility on, it is Supa. This guy has consistently been that top performer for MKOI. He has looked absolutely spectacular, memed a little bit when he first entered the league, but now has really risen to be the carry that you want on your squad. And now with the Vayne, has an opportunity to push MKOI deeper into the tournament. But it is up against Fnatic, and they'll be doing everything they can to try and shut down this bottom lane and make sure this Vayne never gets going.
Okay, I just double-checked to make sure there were absolutely no games in 2025 of Vayne. It's not that I didn't believe you, it's that I had to make sure that every time I said first-time Vayne 2025, I was not lying, because this seems like a hell of a way to say this is what we're putting our faith in. This is how we're keeping our world's dreams alive for MKOI. And remember that in the previous game, it was Mickey and Upset getting first blood before 2 minutes. So this time around, Supa and Alvaro have got to have a better time in the bottom lane.
See, though, like, it is something that Supa has played in the past. He's 2-4 over the course of his career on Vayne. Played that when he was back in the LVP, but this is his first time playing a Tier 1, or let alone an international for the squad. Supa hoping that he can be that card.
First time in Tier 1 being an elimination game at Worlds is a seriously Chad play. I have to. It's either seriously Chad or seriously bad, depending on the outcome, and that's what the fans are going to remember. So for Supa's sake, for MKOI's sake, I hope that they can find the way to protect this Vayne and allow Supa the space he needs, because you know that Vayne kills pretty much everybody in 6 hits, right? 2 rotations of Silver Bolts. As long as she's got plenty of damage, it hurts. And this champ could be a serious, serious problem. And there it is, immediately concussive blows stacking up alongside the Silver Bolts, and Mickey takes a pretty rough trade.
I'm keeping my eyes on Razork though. Is he making his way immediately down towards his bottom side? He is. So they want to try and punish on this bottom side of the map. Alvaro going to look for the ward.
Okay, but immediately Mickey going in, Supa with the early flash, but Alvaro's your target now. Razork continuing to move forward. Alvaro has to flash away. The Braum backing up here. Remember that he has the Winter's Bite, he has the Unbreakable, but since Stand Behind Me wasn't available, that means that he has to commit the flash since he can't jump to safety towards Supa.
Jojo's TP'd very aggressively in towards his mid wave though. I think they want to try and look for an evade here and follow up on it. Elyoya though, second guessing himself, doesn't think that his bot lane is high enough HP and a bit worried about Poby on his own reset coming in to help out.
Yeah, both mid laners taking a very early first back plus first teleport. I mean, it's only a tier purchase for JoJo plus potions. It's only a dagger purchase plus potions on the other side for Poby. So generally earlier than they would like to make that first recall, as Elyoya is going to have control over the bottom side river, control over the Scuttle Crab. And it looks like we're going to see a recall here from Supa go back and make his first purchase as well.
I'm curious what Razork wants to do in this sort of situation, though. He's about to finish off his camp, should be able to reset first and come back out onto the map if he wants to. Could try and make a play up towards his top side, but he looks like he's trying to sneak his way into the bottom side of the map instead. And this is great from JoJo, spotting, and hang on a second, we don't see the Trundle on the top side. He could be anywhere.
Okay, you can see on your screen right now that last game. We've got some game 1 versus game 2. This is the games that each team respectively won. It was Fnatic getting first blood in both of them, but now we've got the jungler showing up down here in the bottom side. Alvaro trying to get away, but wind becomes lightning coming out from Elyoya. It's first blood over to Supa with the condemn into the wall on Razork. Elyoya might die, but Supa wants to get one back. He tumbles and he finds the shot, but Upset is about to grab a double kill for himself. Both AD carries now with 2 kills. Oh! Mirwin nearly solo kills Oscar as the Ornn into the Jax right after.
The auto attack wasn't quite there for Mirwin, or he would have got that kill. But this game is already becoming bloody flowers. The kills on the bottom side, both junglers showing up in the bottom lane, and that's what I was talking about, is a good read from Razork, moving back down towards his bottom side, potential to make a play, but also prevent Elyoya from showing up in that bot lane once more. Now Fnatic go for Crab and potentially just vision into this top side jungle.
And the fact that both AD carries get the kills, the money is right where both teams would want it. Let's take another look.
But this, remember I was saying, but Razork had a chance because you'd assume Elyoya got back in towards jungle. Level 4 versus level 3, you can make the play, but that CC was clutch onto Mickey, prevents any sort of follow-up. Then Supa with the condemn on Razork and the Braum starting to follow up, allows them to get 2 kills for Supa. Upset will answer with a double kill, but it's kills to a Vayne versus kills to an Ezreal. I know which side I'm picking.
The Vayne kills definitely feel better, I would have to say, but Upset also feeling pretty good about having double buffs on that Ezreal now. Very effective champion to be commanding those on level 4. Supa, level 4 on the Vayne as well, but Upset is much closer to level 5, because remember, he's not the one who died in that scrap in the bottom lane 2v2, or 3v3, I guess I should call it, since both junglers were also there. So now we've got the bottom lane duos here in mid. We have 2 minutes on the Grubs. Dragon has already spawned. It is the Mountain Drake. Those are harder to take than some of the other ones because of the tankiness of the objective. And it looks like Alvaro is going to go ahead and be the first support to step out of lane here. Just get a little vision at the entryway to the jungle. You talked about how Trundle is one of those good picks into Xin Zhao. He feels comfortable moving into Xin Zhao's territory, comfortable dueling against him if he finds him. So they just want to make sure that Razork isn't trying to steal away those resources.
Yeah, immediately you see Mkoi moving Supa in towards this mid lane. They want to get him out of this long lane while you have the opportunity for Trundle to try and come in onto the bottom side. So instead, making things a bit easier for Supa, and Razork finding JoJo, but
ooh, JoJo now stunned up by the Shattering Strike. Razork and Poby going in for the shuffle. JoJo forced to flash, otherwise surely would have been dead there.
Good flash from JoJo to get over the Azir wall. Still though, this pressure is coming through, and I like seeing Razork taking these aggressive trades. Knows he's stronger when it comes towards the backup he has and how just much presence Trundle has in these early stages. Will net the Dragon for Fnatic and buy them a little bit of space on this bottom side.
All right, so also the thing that I'm looking at, once we get into these larger fights, you already mentioned the amount of CC. Supa takes a little bit of damage here. Mickey and Upset gonna keep looking for a little bit more, but Alvaro doing a good job protecting his AD carry. You already mentioned the amount of CC that the team built around this Vayne is able to provide. But the other thing that I'm looking at, Ornn makes that volcanic rock here. JoJo makes the entire Weaver's wall. Trundle even makes a pillar. There's a lot of stuff for Vayne's Condemn to knock people into, and Supa's going to have a lot of extra tools through that to play around in these team fights to knock back whoever's trying to dive onto him.
And that's the thing, I think if I'm Supa, that's the key to this, is not using that Condemn proactively in a lot of these situations. You have enough people that can use that terrain like as well. Like Ornn is fantastic, Talia can work well with it. You don't need to be the one using your Condemn. Use it for whoever manages to slip their way through all the cracks. Keep them pushed back. And as long as you're not getting locked up by Oscar and NCC or Mickey CC, you can carry these engagements.
Elyoya happy to start up the Void Grubs here. Going to be jumping on those shortly after they spawn. Mickey is around the area, going to step forward and at least see what he's up to. Elyoya has secured the first grub, so even if Fnatic wants to overload this area, there's no way for them to grab all three. Mickey just going to kill the little grub mites there as Elyoya heads back towards the area. Double buffs on this Xin Zhao does make him very strong, and we'll see Upset shoving in the wave, and now he and Elyoya can rotate over with Mickey to get priority over the topside river.
Fnatic going to be able to push this back. So because we're seeing the late routine build coming out from Supa, this is where you are going to be much stronger in fight. Dramatic contesting on the wave, which is where you're going to have Upset and TC have to shove these waves in, and Supa approaching later.
Okay, now bottom side, JoJo gets shuffled back by Poby. No flash available on the Talia. Remember, that already had to be used last time. Poby gets some good damage under the Imkoi mid laner, but JoJo continues looking to make his exit. Poby with a flash forward. Feet of Warfare claimed by Fnatic. Poby with the solo kill down in the bottom lane as Oscar Renan survives with 200 HP up here on the top side. Imkoi's not going to get anything back here just yet. Oscar Renan down very low, and he's executed by the ultimate of Elyoya. The counter-strike he was hoping would be able to keep him alive there, but Xin Zhao ulti with just enough burst damage to take him down. With the enemy top laner dead, that actually opens up the window for Elyoya to secure the remaining two grubs.
Yeah, I'm surprised that honestly Mickey didn't block it, or Oscar Renan didn't use his flash. No communication on what was happening to Supa.
Yeah, Supa down to about 400 HP here. Mickey also low. Alvaro, again, just doing what the Braum was drafted to do and protecting this lane.
Yeah, the thing is, though, on that play, because Fnatic had just got the solo kill for Poppy on the bottom side. He had shoved in the wave, would have been able to reset and TP to the fight if you needed him to do so. And that could have been the Fnatic win con just for those Void Grubs. But instead, because Oscar Renan ends up going down and there's that miscommunication, it gives Imkoi that little bit of a chance now to get the Void Grubs, which is so crucial for this short-range composition. We see here, though, the play, JoJo tries to go forward, but Poby immediately cuts him off, knowing that JoJo doesn't have that flash, and tries to sidestep here the boulder, so then he could actually be in a position to chase down JoJo, but still burns the flash and has managed to pick him off.
Exactly. This is the dividends being paid on the earlier flash from JoJo. And here's the play and how Oscar got caught.
Yeah, tried to go all in on Mirwin, not respecting where Elyoya was on the map. And again, the CC chain very, very strong. Managed to escape, but here, I thought Mickey would just block the shot. You have the flash, you have his crash down as well to get the space that you need. But neither the flash from Oscar Renan to dodge the Wind Becomes Lightning or the Q from the Braum means he ends up falling.
Yeah, that's just an extra kill over to Imkoi. 500 gold lead for them, but again, that's so close. Everything is still contestable for Fnatic. This next Drake not spawning for another minute and a half. It's one neutral objective to either side, as we did have the first Drake go the way of Fnatic. We did have all of the grubs go the way of Imkoi. Poby now, nice footwork there, making sure that he does not get caught out by the seismic shove into the unraveled earth. 60 seconds left on our Drake timer. Upset doing a good job trading into Supa, as we still see neither one of those 80 carries having their first item fully completed. And critically, with this dragon fight becoming imminent, the Sundered Sky completed for Elyoya. This is one of the strongest single item power spikes in the game. He has his items fully completed. Razork does not. All of these Trinity Force builders are at pieces of their Trinity, and now Mirwin's got to try to get away as Oscar and Razork want to make the move on the Imkoi top laner, but they don't have the damage.
Razork goes to just not quite in range to get that pillar down to stop the charge away from Mirwin. So it means that Razork's not able to get in position. I don't think they wanted to overcommit to this play anyway, because as you say, Dragon in just a couple of seconds time, hoping they could burn a flash or an ultimate for Mirwin before that objective starts. And Elyoya looking to do the same, but Oscar Renan, spidey senses were tingling.
Exactly, he knew. He's like, all right, if my guy was doing it, his guy is probably at least thinking about doing it. We do have teleports available for both of those top laners to join up with this dragon fight if they want to do it. We have items completed in both mid lane inventories now, with the Archangel Staff critically not fully stacked into the Seraph's Embrace for JoJo Pyun, and then the Nashor's Tooth done there for Poby. Trinity Force and Blade of the Ruined King in the inventories of Upset and Supa respectively here as well. So everybody's kind of hitting the same power spike at the same time, which means nobody's got a decisive advantage in this dragon fight aside from the jungle roll, unless Razork goes and completes it right now.
Would have it now, yeah, but it's the back timers that are advantage for Imkoi, and that's the part that makes the difference. They've already set up in River, and now being able to push back Fnatic, who are trying desperately to use this bot lane to gain access, but they might have just found Mickey.
Good sidestep though. Not getting tagged by the Winter's Fight means he doesn't have to use the crash down defensively over the wall to make sure that he stays safe. Shattering Strike does not hit. Alvaro now could be in a little bit of danger for the Glacial Fissure. Right back onto Mickey. He's the target. Elyoya goes in and Jojo Pune secures the kill. Now Razork flashes over the wall trying to stay alive. Upset, stunned back by the Condemn. Supa's on the chase. Elyoya wants to hit him with the wind becomes lightning and Supa flashes forward. Upset's out of there. And Supa just goes in on him.
Supa forcing the duel versus Upset and almost catches him off guard. I think Upset was expecting Supa to chase down. Oh, wait, Razork caught as well?
Yeah, Razork stepped a little bit too far forward. He seismic shoved back into the Unraveled Earth, just disrespecting Imkoi's control over the area. And Razork is punished. Enemy jungler dead. Here's your blank check for Dragon Money. Nothing to it there for Imkoi. As Mickey's back, he's looking around. He's trying to find some vision to clear out, but Elyoya should be able to take this Drake no problem.
Yeah, well, Poby has stuck around on this bottom side. Mickey just trying to be a bit of a nuisance, but Elyoya chased him down. The Dragon does a reset here?
No, Patience isn't taking down quite yet. He's at the very edge of his Patience, Dagda, as Mickey continues to take a little bit more damage. Supa finally arrives. Dragon's finally going to lose some Patience there, but ultimately secured by Elyoya. Mickey did a good job of being a distraction, but could not distract enough. Ultimately, as the TP is going to bring Jojo up into the top lane. This was a little bit sketchy. Does manage to use that seismic shove to knock Oscar into the furthest forward rock of the Unraveled Earth, stun him up and stay alive. But Jojo losing 60% HP there off of a little bit of an aggressive teleport. Not exactly what you want to see.
At least Alvaro coming up here to help him out and ensure that he can continue to push in this wave. Even having Elyoya to back him up as well means he should be fine. But with Rift Jarl here,
oh, nice pillar coming out from Razork. Immediately pops the Subjugate as well. Supa is the target, and Fnatic needs a little bit more damage to secure the kill. Mickey wants to go for the Magnet Storm, but Mickey dying gives triumph over to Supa. There's no way for the Trundle damage to get the kill, plus Blade of the Ruined King with a lifesteal. Supa stays alive. Fnatic overplays their hand, and with the enemy jungler ultimate down, with the enemy support dead, Imkoi will say thank you very much, collect a free Herald.
And it's Fnatic members just dying at unopportune times that are causing these issues. We get Oscar Rinnan before the Void Grub's dying. Now we're getting the kill onto Mickey just as the Rift Jarl spawns, and Oscar Rinnan might fall afterwards.
Oscar trying to get away from this one. Elyoya and Jojo moving together. Nice placement there on the seismic shove. Counter-Strike trying to turn it around a little bit, but there's nothing to turn around in a 2v1 when Talia hits her CC. It's another free kill over to Imkoi. Razork will at least steal the red buff away, but a red buff traded for a kill, now going to be traded for a tier 1 turret. That's not enough.
And I don't know if Oscar Rinnan's allergic to his splash move in this game, but kind of needs to start using that a little bit more. As Fnatic now on the bottom side.
Fnatic's on the bottom side. They're trying to secure this first turret. They want to try to win the Feats of Warfare with this. However, the Herald was already used on the top side, and the Feats are going to go over to Imkoi. Now they're still trying to beat the turret down in enough time to take the fight. Poby summons up the Sun Disc, but Alvaro and Mirwin will just walk away. Yes, they lose the turret, but they only needed to hold it long enough to win the Feats, and that's what they did.
Exactly, and for Imkoi, honestly, I really like the scaling that they have on their squad. The fact that they're sitting with a 4K gold lead, 1.5 of that is sitting on this Vayne as well. They're in such a strong position, and because Fnatic are trying to play over towards these side lanes, they're not punishing Supa, who's continuing collecting money for free underneath this mid tower and just getting so incredibly strong. It feels very tough for Fnatic to find the advantages that they want.
Let's take another look at how this happened in mid lane.
Yeah, I mean, you get the all-in here, but great condemn here from Supa just before the CC went through onto Mickey, prevents that crash down, which would have bought them enough time. But Mickey hoping, look, if I trade 1 for 1 on this play, it's worth it. We can then look towards the Rift Herald. But Supa outplays in the 1v3.
And you saw there, when Mickey hit the auto attack and Supa went into the invisibility, he thought, okay, maybe Magnet Storm's damage will kill him, but it takes him down to 20. And then since Blade of the Ruined King has that percent HP lifesteal, it just gives him enough HP to survive. Supa lives, and those are just the heartbreakers. Everybody who's ever played League has had one of those before, but now Imkoi potentially going for an invade. Fnatic maybe with a collapse, but no, it's Jojo riding the wall straight straight in. It's Oscar dead first. Mickey wants to get away, but the Weaver's wall fades, and Mickey just barely has enough distance to get it out of that one, but it's a 4,500 gold lead for MCoy. They want to make it 5 and take down this tier 1 turret. They've got the wave, they've got the man advantage. Here comes True Shot Barrage, real nice damage onto 3 with that one, but still the pressure keeps coming in as Razor's going to be careful. Seismic Shove again, he's getting juggled around by the Glacial Fissure. One more hit will kill him, but he stays alive with the Subjugate for now. Mirwin bowls him over with the Orn Horn, and MCoy have 10 kills.
MCoy played that so well around Poby's range. Poby TP'd in and was dying to get that knockback with the Emperor's Divide, but he's not giving it, and now he's pushing forward.
And we got a TP coming in. Mickey wanted to step forward to make something happen, but now he's going to be in some danger. Jojo takes the kill, but Oyoya is going to be very low. Finally a shutdown, finally a kill, back to Fnatic. Upset's taking the credit, and Oscar gets another shutdown, this time on a Jojo. Supa and Alvaro trying to disengage. Fnatic gets something back, and at least try to staunch the bleeding.
It's something back, and crucially, some of that gold going into the hands of Poby is going to be very nice for them alongside Upset. But still, it's MCoy kind of dictating how these fights happen. Look how they play here. They know Poby is fishing for this Emperor's Divide, so they're constantly kiting back just out of his range, denying him that opportunity. And Mirwin with the snipe down in the back line. At this stage, though, MCoy done their job. All they need to do is back away. Sticking around for the tower was a little bit too greedy. They don't have to burn the flash on Jojo. Oyoya does help get a kill back, but with Oscar Ridden coming in, it's more on the dinner plate for them, for Fnatic, than it is for MCoy.
And then the flash there from Alvaro at the very edge to escape the counter-strike from Oscar Ridden. That counter-strike, if it would have hit him, would have gained another kill over to Fnatic. So Fnatic happy to shrink this gold lead here a little bit, come back into the game slightly. It was up to almost 5K, now down to 3.5, but it is still a very large advantage for MCoy, who will collect their second Drake of the game.
This is a bit of a mistake from Fnatic, though. They're not actually going for the third trade on the top side. They're sending Poby back, and it means that MCoy get the Dragon. There's no real trade, and they won't be able to protect this bot side turret either. Fnatic failing on the cross map, failing in the fights, and might just fail at making it one step further at Worlds now.
Back to an over 4,000 gold lead for the side of MCoy. Fnatic are starting to feel the pressure. We're still in a state in the game, Dagda, especially with Otacon spawning, where I feel like Fnatic still have the ability to make a play that can turn things around. But if this lead grows much larger, they're going to be entering into the territory where they're counting on an MCoy mistake. The lead will be too big to simply make a good play of their own and get back into the game.
Well, the problem is at this stage, there are so many threats on MCoy as Mirren finds Mickey.
And Mickey's going to step forward, goes in for the Magnet Storm, but he hasn't found Supa here just yet. Supa going back over the wall as Oscar Rinnen's going to get stunned up, blown up, shot down. He's out. Fnatic lose their top laner as MCoy make sure they win this team fight. They're the ones in charge. Mirwin's in the enemy jungle. Just Ornn 1v9 raid boss status. Looks like the enemy team might have the gear score they need to take him out, though, so a flash away defensively. Rest of the team on MCoy going down to the Otacon pit.
Oh, it's phase 2.
Has joined back up. Mickey's got to be careful as he walks away from this one. Razor can't get anywhere near it, and Otacon is slain without casualties by MCoy.
I was convinced that we were about to have round 2 for MCoy as they look for that evade. But still, it's Fnatic overextending to try and pick Supa. But what I was going to say right before the fight starts is you have too many threats. Elyoya is massive with 2 items on the Sinzao. Jojo is still strong. And honestly, Mirwin is dealing a ton of damage himself. Yeah. Like, even if you kill Supa, the wallets for MCoy are just too big.
It is seriously a problem. You can see now with Mirwin hitting level 14, empowered Blade of the Ruined King for Supa as well, so making that advantage rise even larger. I think in the current iteration of Ornn, the ornaments are worth about 800, 900 gold each, so you can just go ahead and add 1,600, 1,800 extra gold to the already 4.8 thousand gold lead as Mickey tries to escape. And Alvaro and Supa have arrived. That Rel is shot down in the air. Jojo picks up kill 3.
Yeah, at this stage, Mickey is just trying to get out onto the map to see if he can do anything to catch MCoy out. But this game is already slipping very heavily in favor of MCoy. And it looks like MCoy will manage to, if they can hold this, keep themselves alive, go to 1 and 2 in Worlds 2025.
Exactly, man. This is where the pressure really starts to mount. Both teams obviously not starting with the type of opening they would want in the first couple of games of Worlds. Being in the O2 bracket is always such a daunting task because you have to then play and win 3 best-of-3s to earn your spot in the knockout stage, in those quarterfinals. And winning this one is the first step. Fnatic currently down almost 6,000 gold. They're down 17 flower petals. They're down an extra Drake, and they have to try to find a way back into this game. But all of their attempts so far have not been coordinated enough.
Now they're trying to pick off Supa again. Everything is here, but MKOI reading it well, knowing that they don't want to give too much across. A Fnatic floundering and find nothing. We knew it was going to be difficult for Fnatic. Over the course of this year, it has not looked so hot for them against MKOI. But again, MKOI just doing a great job of keeping them in check.
Yeah, when we looked back at the head-to-head throughout the year, back in game number 1, I believe it was 4 victories for MKOI. The one of Fnatic has been very MKOI favored throughout 2025. They've had Fnatic's number most of the time, and it looks like here in game number 3, they're set to do it again. Fnatic moving forward, but Razork is immediately met by Alvaro and Supa. The rest of MKOI not here quite yet, but a nice horn onto 3. Mickey's gonna die before we can cast the spell. Now Razork's trying to get away, but he's exhausted. Killed by JoJo. The remaining 3 players of Fnatic try to escape, but MKOI's in hot pursuit. Sundisk at least going to buy enough time to stop the MKOI assault, but a nice opening there from MKOI. The Call of the Forge God knocking up 3. The exhaust onto Razork so he couldn't do anything. The unraveled earth right underneath of everybody. There was no way out.
MKOI are just playing this slow. They understand as long as they stay together, they're going to be in a fantastic spot. And if Fnatic can't find these picks, they're just running more and more gold into the hands of JoJo, into the hands of Supa. And now they respond 20 seconds until that next dragon is up, and MKOI get to spend their gold.
And what a frustrating situation right there for Oscar. You want to try to defend your turret, but Talia just throws out Unraveled Earth. If you jump on her, you're stunned. If you walk close, you get shoved. There's just nothing he can do, as now the Baron is spawning, and you can see MKOI moving up to the area just to establish some vision, make sure nobody's going to sneak it from Fnatic. And here's another look at what we were talking about, that head-to-head throughout the year. The 2025 LEC Winter Playoffs lower bracket. That was the one time Fnatic won. Otherwise, it's been the MKOI show.
Yeah, and that was kind of where MKOI were trying to find their footing coming in towards Winter, but since then it has been domination from MKOI in so many of these series. It's tough. I mean, the 2025 upper bracket round 1 for Summer was where you got to see that push from Fnatic, where they were nearly able to take down MKOI and send themselves into such a strong position. But once more, they find themselves just that little short of being able to take down this MKOI roster. And the Spanish fans are going to be cheering loud tonight if MKOI can put that nail into the coffin.
They're on Soul Point now with a 7,500 gold lead. They want a couple of more kills. They'll at least force the flash out of Razork, but the flash isn't enough. They want blood. El Yoya takes the kill. Supa firing some extra bolts towards Oscar Venom, but the counter-strike keeps him healthy. MKOI having taken out the enemy jungler. Baron on the map right now. You'd have to think that's the direction they're going to head towards. Poby is down to the bottom lane at the same time, trying to provide a little bit of split push threat, but JoJo is already ready to answer that one, has his teleport to join the Baron fight if need be.
Yeah, you can see the observer showing there's some wards here for Fnatic that Poby could look to TP to, try and find that pick, but they're just never going to allow it. Alvaro blocks up, upsets ultimate, and the fight begins.
All right, teleport from Mickey coming around from the side. Oscar in the middle of everybody, but immediately Poby is dead as the fight begins. Supa's under pressure, but he isn't dead yet. The rest of the team peels beautifully. Fnatic knew they had to try something, but it just wasn't enough. MKOI pick up 3 for 3. They're gonna take the Baron. That Baron just melts in the face of Ginsu's Bork Vein, and now MKOI command over 10,000 gold of a lead.
And they command everywhere that Fnatic can step, everywhere that Fnatic can look. And Fnatic tried so desperately here. It's a good engage from Mickey. Oscar jumps in, but this is what we're talking about. The CC and the peel that is offered to Supa in these fights is so difficult unless you have everyone there. And MKOI keep their AD carry safe and will ride that high towards the base.
10.3k gold. 23 flowers, 2 extra drakes. 2.5 minutes on that last Drake, so even if Fnatic managed to have a miraculous defense inside their base, they've still got a lot of tasks ahead of them to have any chance coming back into this game. They are now relying on some sort of mistake from Imkoi, some kind of a misplay, some kind of an overdive, because it's just so hard to play from this much of a disadvantage. Razork stepping forward, pops the ulti just to try to survive, but the damage from the Vayne is so much. Razork, one more auto attack from Supa would have killed him, and he barely hobbles away, but now that's Trundle without an ulti, trying to team fight whenever they try to defend.
And it's the towers that are going to fall. This Baron is exactly what you need for this short-range composition to take them down.
Now Poby about to get stunned up there by the concussive blows. Supa's unstoppable. Poby's down. Mickey's about to join him. It's 2 kills already over to Imkoi, and Oscar's lost his Counter-Strike. He'll be third to die. Imkoi, it might have been a longer series than they would have hoped for. That second game might have been a little rough, but here in game number 3, they're showing they've got what it takes. Nexus turret's under fire. Razork about to die. They'll stun him up and beat him down just to make a statement. Imkoi will emerge victorious from the LEC Civil War. They will make their way onto the Nexus. They will add insult to injury, looking to find the last kill here onto Upset. Mickey respawns and charges out. He immediately has to charge right back away into a black and white screen. Imkoi stay alive at Worlds and eliminate Fnatic.
The LEC hierarchy remains the same. Fnatic cannot get the upstart that they want, and a clean game 3 from Imkoi sees them now at 1 and 2.
This looks now at the overall head-to-head for these two teams throughout 2025 at a 5 out of 6 victory record for Imkoi against Fnatic. These two teams have faced time and time again, and almost every single one, it's Imkoi coming out on top as they make their way to the stage now to take their bows as they have earned the right to continue their competition here at Worlds.
And we always knew it was going to be difficult. Imkoi have looked fantastic in their early games at Worlds 2025, but haven't quite been able to get it across the finish line. Now, though, against Fnatic, against familiar territory, they're able to do just that.
And Fnatic, they showed some serious signs of life there in that game number 2. A very dominant game from the early plays from Mickey. But unfortunately for Fnatic and all the Fnatic fans, this will be their last bow of 2025.
It has been a turbulent event for Fnatic, and unfortunately not able to pick up any wins. And it's got to be heartbreaking for so many of their fans.
But for Imkoi, it's time to hit the VOD reviews, particularly for game number 2. It's time to start prepping because the road remains long here at Worlds 2025, and the spots are few for trying to make it into the quarterfinals. We're about to head to a break, on the other side of which we'll hear from Elyoya before BKS take to the stage against PSG. Don't go anywhere.
I'm starting anyways. Yes, I'm gonna lock the 0. Coming. I'm moving fast, not letting me TP, okay? Yes. Look frontal. I will go, okay? He has 2 marks. No flash. I'm low, okay? I can kill the AC. Nice, let's go ready.
I told you I was done with basic browsers. Your setup wants Opera GX, and you're holding it back. Upgrade to the gaming browser. Download Opera GX.
Every moment of your journey, crystal clear. Landscapes, absolutely stunning. Close-ups, sharp and full of vibe. Group shots, packed with detail. Zoom in on one face, still flawless. Colors so real, every scene, every smile, unforgettable. Oppo, Find X9 series, Hasselblad telephoto, zoom into detail. Hi.
Got this old thing and the bill from the store where I got it. Figured you could beat it with a better deal than one of these big boys.
Nah, it doesn't work that way.
Guess you're not as cool as Verizon.
Bring in your AT&T or T-Mobile bill for a better deal.
You don't know that?
Welcome back to World 2025 and welcome Ilioya to the desk for our Verizon post-game interview. Felicidades!
Thank you so much.
Oh my god.
Thank you.
How do you feel after this one? 3 games.
I mean, I obviously right now feel good. I feel relieved because we have one more chance. And more than anything, this means that we have at the very minimum 3 more days to practice to get things going, because I think with our actual level right now, we are not gonna make it. Honestly, our objective is to win Worlds, so being honest, right now we don't really have the level. But I also know that we are the fastest team at learning, so if we use these 3 days well, I think we're gonna continue ramping up, and we will be a really scary team.
How has practice been going compared to like the stage games? Do you feel like you underperformed relative to practice, or has practice been a bit tough?
It's a tricky question. I think we've had a bit of both. I think what we showed in the G2 game usually doesn't happen in practice. Well, actually, it sometimes does too. So I think it really depends. I think we have some games that we get things going, and we seem like a really scary team in which we still struggled in attack and sequence, as we could see in the official games.
Yeah.
So that was a really good reminder for us we need to work harder on this during practice, and it's something that we've done. But I think it's somehow similar, yeah. I think the game 2 of today, I haven't seen this much in practice, thank God. So, yeah, I think it was more of a casting Jojo pin, you know. Sometimes he demands it. It's the tax you need to pay for having a player like him.
Yeah, get it out of the way. It's fine, just not again.
Kind of expanding on it, because you guys, it's so fun to watch your drafts. Obviously, sometimes it can be difficult, but you get the Cassidy game, and then at the end of it, you already see Supa on stage. The Vayne game, apparently it's his first Tier 1 Vayne game. What's the process of being able to pick something like it? Is this something that on stage, he just sees the angle?
Yeah, honestly, I mean, sometimes there is the case that we practice certain champions. Today was not the case. We haven't practiced in either Kassadin or Vayne.
Oh, wow.
So we just pulled them because they were good angles, or we thought that they were really strong. Still, Supa is really good on Vayne, and cannot say the same for Jojo Pyun, but he tried on Kassadin, so yeah.
I know that historically, you're a team that trust each other so much. Again, I remember in the LEC, you could just like play champions that you haven't played in scrims and haven't practiced, but I also know that on the other side, Melzit, he's gonna tell you guys to just stop the issue, stop the problems, and just play something that actually has been planned. How do you know when to improvise or when to actually go with something that has been practiced?
I mean, luckily it's not up to me, because again, when like actually happened something really fun in the second draft. Like Jojo Pyun was like, you can pick me either Galio or Kassadin, I don't care. He gave the decision to Alvaro, and Alvaro in the last second he had Galio, so he was like, I have no time for Kassadin. To which I smiled. I was like, nice. We are gonna have the good champion. And then he could type it as fast, so it really depends. Usually the players have the choice. Sometimes if he sees it really clear, he's gonna ask you, and if you have the confidence to pull it out, he trusts you, and yeah, we pull it.
I like the word confidence, because the way you guys lost the first 2 games and how quick Swiss can be, a lot of teams, like, it's easy to lose confidence like that. But obviously you had your first interview with G-Sun earlier, and you looked like you still had confidence in being able to know what the game plan was. How does it feel coming out of those games with the early lead that you had versus KT and G2? And what's the process in which you kind of keep that confidence and focus going into today's games?
I think it's one of the hardest tasks to do at Worlds, because you need to process a lot of information in a really short period of time, in which if you don't adapt, you die.
Yeah.
So we really believed that what we were doing was good, that we had some minor adjustments we had to do, but the path in which we were working was good. Problem is, when these things don't really work out in official games, then it gets to your head. It's hard to maintain to that plan when things are not going as well.
Yeah.
But yeah, we had a really long talk in which we really believe in the process that we are doing. We believe that right now we are in the good track, and as long as we can learn as fast as we can and we can fix some things, again, we're going to be a really scary team. Like, it's what we were saying, like, we were close of beating KT, we had 3 trades, we were in a really winning spot, and then we just threw it. So we can be a really strong team. We can also be Game 2 into Fnatic, so...
I mean, just even looking at that gold graph, both Game 1 and Game 3, you guys were able to, like, easily keep that gold graph. It seems like, at least from those conversations you've had, it's working to be able to keep the lead, so that's been awesome to see.
Closing thoughts, Elioya, you made Worlds every year since you joined the league. That's something that we've discussed in the LEC. How different does this run feel so far to you?
Really different.
Yeah.
I mean, we feel like we can beat any team. Like, we believe honestly, it's on us. Like, if we show up on a good day and we do things like we know, we coordinate, we play tempo well, we do all of these things, we can beat any team. But at the same time, there is other moments which, for mental, attitude, ego, we don't really know the reason still, but we've shown really good performances. But I mean, we're really confident this run. I think we can beat anyone. It's honestly on us, and we know it's just a matter of time that we will win Worlds.
Yeah, you're all perfectionists, and something is sure, you said it yourself, you're always going to put in the work. So looking forward to seeing you guys again next week. And enjoy some time off with your parents, I hope. So that they're here. Thank you so much for joining us today, and congrats on taking this one. Now, we're going to take over for the next matchup. It's going to be VKS versus PSG. And here, guys, what can we expect? Because it feels like usually the toughest soldiers get the toughest battles, and it feels like it's been the run for PSG so far.
Yeah, I feel like for me, PSG have had a really rough time in terms of their schedule, but despite that, have shown some strong performances. Particularly, I feel like they've had early starts. Cast has been trying to find a lot of early momentum up against the likes of, HLE and Gen G. Tough teams to have drawn. And still trying to make some action happen, trying to make some hype happen. And it did clear out towards the later points of the game, but that early momentum, that early life is always what you want to see when you're in a bit of an underdog matchup.
Yeah, it has to be frustrating taking a look at that. Gen G, HLE, like, what the hell is this? Please, the luck of the draw going our way. And so having Karsa basically even poke fun at it. Both Ming and JJ, please, what are you guys doing? Get a better touch on it.
Justified.
Yeah.
Justified, honestly. Justified crash out.
Yeah, I mean, I would be madder too.
As much as I agree on the fact that they had a really tough schedule, they showed a lot of signs of life here. What do we think of PSG so far?
Yeah, I mean, it's been fun because in both games, at the 20-minute mark, they've been ahead of kills, obviously behind in gold, but that just means that they've been really proactive. Not only have Karsa been looking topside for ganks in the first game that they had versus HLE, but against, or at least versus Genji, but versus HLE, like we got to see the pick that he had, and then he was constantly looking for invades again and again. So it seems like they are very proactive trying to find angles.
Something that we're going to be looking at here is the mid lane. It is our featured matchup presented by Mercedes. Maple versus Miller.
In today's featured matchup, presented by Mercedes-Benz. It's a battle for the tournament survival between Maple and Miro. Maple's last dance hasn't had the start he would have liked, but with a 12-year career to his name, he is no stranger to pressure. He will need to level up one more time to make sure that his final Worlds run will not end in humiliation.
Once again, they're just full sending the same play over and over, and it's working. Over and over, it ends up working.
Facing this household name of internationals is Miro, the shining light in an otherwise shaky team thus far. As you said, so far it's been really good. Phil, meanwhile, though, a little bit low. Room prison under turret. Miro! Who will keep their tournament run alive? And who will be sent home?
Both of them playmakers for sure, specifically Miru, with how it's been for VKS. Yes, Miru's been amazing, he's been on the ball. Everyone else needs to be on the same page as well.
Yeah, I think Miru, especially like getting that early solo kill on the rise, he was super proactive in that game, making things happen in the map. I feel like they kind of fell apart in the team fights, but that's the sort of agency we really want to see from him.
Yeah.
And we've seen games like in the finals, domestically, on that Akali. I think if the team could play around him and really back him up, that's where we can see the win conditions for this team.
Yeah, and something that we really want to see from VKS is actually what they showed against FlyQuest, this proactivity right off the bat in the early game.
Yeah, it was specifically Dasamis, and I feel like he's the key. Like, his Jarvan performance where he was looking for a top lane gank again and again, he was very close at being able to make it happen. This was the lesson from the Team Secret Wells game where it felt like they were just getting outworked. Out movement. A lot of the early game plays from Team Secret Wells were just coming through without really a response. So it was nice to see the angle. Sadly, FlyQuest just played better. In this instance, both of them escaped. In the next instance, when they came up top, Inspired came up and he was able to get a kill. So it's like, damn, it didn't work back then. It sucks because both of those games felt like stomps where they really didn't have an angle, where they looked much better domestically. They need to have a better performance, at least for their fans back in Brazil.
I feel like if you're just a little bit nervous, playing a little bit lower than that level, and you execute even slightly, you saw how low the health bars was.
Yeah.
And that can cost you, at a tournament like this. So hopefully they come into this tournament. Obviously, they've struggled a little bit so far, but
yeah,
this is our last opportunity to really show what they can do.
And I'm just seeing them here in the huddle. A lot of it is, look, we're in the worst position we can be, 0-2. But like, just put out every kind of, just be as smart as possible, but obviously just have no kind of, no regrets, no hesitation, nothing like that.
And that's the thing. I mean, especially when you're in a tough situation like this, you want players to have fun. And I feel like you would be the coach, I would be still right now, I would tell to my players, just have fun, just play your style, play what you want, play something that you're comfortable on. And in that sense, I want to talk about Dasamis, because he contributed a lot to the Jarvan and the failures that we've seen on that champion being 1-9 right now. I don't want to see him on this champion because obviously one of the issues that we've seen so far is
let's go!
Yeah.
Let's go!
See, that is the energy that I want to see from them. That is the energy that I want to see from them. I want to see them hungry for that win. I want to see them confident here. I do not want to see Dasamis on Jarvan though, because it feels like they have an issue closing out games. They haven't won any. So what kind of jungler do we want to see him on?
I mean, the Dasamis that I saw dismantle 100 Thieves back in the LTA and really took a game off of FlyQuest, he is a player that is active. That we saw from his toe when they were playing versus Team Secret Will. So like, he's somebody that when they have a tempo advantage, they're bringing Miro topside, they're bringing Trimby up there. We haven't seen that team, and you can make the case of like, well, there's better teams at international play. Well, no, like FlyQuest is the team they placed against, and 100 Thieves are playing better than they did when they were in back in the domestic region. So it's like, we just need to see the VKS that we saw back then.
For me, I think a big factor is when it comes to the 5v5s, it feels like they lost a lot of the confidence there.
Yeah.
I think we've seen other teams, even not necessarily our strongest teams, when it gets to the 5v5s, the Engage, I think Team Secret Worlds were a great example. The Engages are clean and crisp, everyone was on the same page. I think VKS in that matchup specifically, it just seemed like they weren't ready. They weren't ready to be engaged on, and were kind of caught off guard and caught sleeping a little bit. So I think they should approach every objective, every fight, and make sure they're just ready to throw everything and commit to the fight.
Yeah, and some of the toughest points to review for your team, a lot of the times, are the mechanical misplays. When you go through team fights like these, you don't want to like point out like, well, you missed another Recon W, which happened a lot this game. It's like, a lot of the times you don't want to bring that up because the player knows. And so a lot of these points, you can see it in their faces. Trimby's face throughout the entire game, he's aware of that. When he was on, like right next to us doing the interview, he's aware of that. It's just about being able to perform on the day. Their coach spoke to this pretty clearly, so we'll have to see if that confidence is shown today versus PSG. That has shown that level of confidence the entire Swiss stage so far.
You know, usually when you have a mismatch like this in the past between major region and a team with less experience, because when you look on the side of PSG, you cannot get more experience than this and the core of this team.
Yeah.
You wanna create the surprise. You wanna go for some early cheese maybe. Is it the kind of team that can do that?
Specifically VKS?
Yeah.
Maybe, but I think they should just focus on the fundamentals.
Okay.
Because sometimes, like, I think PSG is a good team, sure, but they're still the 3rd seed in the LCP. VKS should be confident in the fundamentals they had in the LTA South and when they were playing in the LTA playoffs. So even though I have confidence that they'll show it at some point, now the spotlight's on you, and if you lose now, you're gone. So it's interesting to see if they can actually shake off those nerves and be able to focus. But I can understand you're looking at a PSG that's been playing Ruthless versus HLE and Gen G, and you're like, damn, they look pretty good.
Yeah.
And that pressure can still be there.
Yeah, I will say with the best of 3 as well, you have a bit more wiggle room, so hopefully they can come into this game 1 and have a bit more of that free confidence. I think best of 1 can be quite stressful in that environment at Worlds when it feels like every loss in Swiss stage has massive impacts.
If there's one other player that I want to focus on, it's Mortez. He's the rookie. He showed that level of confidence. He was the one that was like shouting, cheering, everything after a good team fight win. I want to see him perform well this game.
Let's see if they can show that fire. Again, one team will be eliminated at the end of the series. It is VKS taking on PSG. Casters, take it away.
Thank you very much, Analyst Desk, and welcome back, everybody. It is time for our second best of 3 of the day, Elimination Day number 1. We've already sent home our first team. I won't spoil for anybody who woke up a little bit late and still needs to catch that first series, but it did go to 3 games, and now we'll see if our second set of competitors can do the same as VKS and PSG are about to take to the Rift. I'm still Captain Flowers. I'm still joined by Dagda, and we are about to eliminate our second team from Worlds 2025.
And it'll be heartbreaking on both sides, regardless of who ends up getting sent home. VKS, a team that a lot of people were putting their hopes on from the LTA South. This was an incredible performance from them to manage to take that second seed against LTA North, but not quite able to find that same success at Worlds. And when you look at the pedigree that is on PSG talent, how well they've done at internationals in the past, it will be very surprising to see this them gone as well.
All right, let's hop into draft and see what we've got. It's PSG on blue for our first match here, as we have Nico and Aurora banned out on their side, Yunara and Azir banned out on the other. This is about the most common set of bans you could see. This one, however, does throw a little bit more into the mix. The Akali, obviously a very targeted ban towards Miru on the side of VKS. This guy is the standout, the star player on this roster, so throwing some extra target bans his way, I think makes sense.
Also says to me they were trying to set up for this Orianna first pick on PSG talent side. Now not able to. I wonder will they just default to the Wukong, or is there something else that they're starting to prioritize a little bit higher coming into this?
picks. I mean, Wukong is available, Sion is available, a lot of these powerful early picks.
As an EU person, I've realized you don't pick Sion when Trundle's still available, all right? We've realized that already against BLG.
All right. We've got a couple of lessons learned here. So instead, I think they agree with you. They're going to go with the Wukong. I feel like this has emerged as pretty solidly the strongest jungler on the patch. Teams are always happy to be locking it in, and I'm sure PSG will be happy to get it for Karsa.
Yeah, they'll be very, very happy, and it's something that Karsa can perform on. And honestly, I think Karsa has been putting in fantastic performances in the early games. It's just been when it gets to the team fights and around those objective setups that they just weren't able to match up toe-to-toe against people like Hanwha Life and Gen G. That Sion, though, going to be taken on the opposite side because there is no Trundle.
Exactly. You either have to play Trundle top into him, which is not super common these days.
We also learned that in EU because Oscar Vernon tried us. So we have a lot of learnings when it comes to Sion.
Yeah, it sounds like you guys are...
Yeah, we've got the whole smorgasbord.
All right. All of the lessons of Sion are learned in Europe. We have discovered here today, but it will be the Sion locked in for VKS. There for Wall in the top side. Desamas will lock in the Xin Zhao for himself. So two very powerful junglers here for both sides in game one.
And definitely something that gives Desamas the opportunity to try and be that bit more aggressive levels 1 through 5, where he can have impact in the lanes as long as he's got setup. So I'm now curious what we get for the likes of Trimby. So I want that engaged support, something that can provide CC, enable a Xin Zhao to get access into this bottom side of the map and try and play around this early game a little bit better for Vivo King.
Okay, we've got the Mbessa locked in now for PSG and for Aja, and it's worth pointing out that Sion is Ball's most played throughout summer, Mbessa is Aja's second most played throughout summer. So both of these guys going to be on pretty extreme comfort here in the top lane for game one.
Yeah, and even, I mean, Maple taking the rise, this guy's been around for so many years. He's going to be more than happy to operate in this kind of 1-3-1 style, and this is something the PSG talent domestically work quite strong on. I would have to see if they're going to be able to bring that now to the main stage as well. Vivo, okay, though, we're going to have to see what they want to try and answer with, because, again, I think you kind of have to take your mid laner here to answer the rise, and it will be that Taliyah.
Okay, taking the Taliyah. I like this as well because, yes, Miru has played it a couple of times. It's not a trademark Miru champion or anything throughout summer, but it is Maple's most played by a country mile over on the other side. So since we are in Fearless, this will also deny the Taliyah for the remaining 2 games. I like this here.
Yeah, and it's also strong into the Wukong. Plus, when you've got the slow from the wind becomes lightning, hitting that seismic shove becomes significantly easier. So you've got a decent mid-jungle pairing, and it's something that you can look to try and play through on VKS's sides. However, moving into this next rotation, it will be AD carries that are next on the chopping block, with neither Mortes or Betty having any sort of answer right now. And I think it's a good call. Betty has looked very strong across not only opportunities domestically, but also at points during the course of this series and internationals in the past. So taking that focus on him makes a lot of sense here.
Okay, Caitlyn off the board. We'll see if we want to continue targeting those long-range AD carries or if the switch changes to support instead. And yeah, looking at the Poppy. Remember, the support Poppy from just the last series was very impactful, so keeping that one off the table could be a good choice here. 1 AD carry ban, 1 support ban. Obviously, both teams only looking at bot laners here for this second half of the draft. What else do we want to see banned by VKS?
Well, honestly, if I'm VKS, the thing I'm worried about is kind of tank shredders. So I'd honestly be looking not at like the traditional AD carries that we've seen thus far at the tournament, but actually things like the Jinx and maybe even things like the Aphelios for some of these fights. Aphelios a little bit harder to operate, but I definitely think I'd be looking more at those opportunities for PSG talent. Now, I know Kaiwing is kind of the guy that would go for the Thresh coming out of the LCP, but still, something like a Jinx Thresh I think can work in this sort of situation.
Well, we've got the Lucian banned out. So VKS, with Lucian and Caitlyn banned away, that feels to me like they're looking to remove some of the most lane-dominant type of opponents there with the AD carries. Braum banned out by PSG. This makes a lot of sense to me. When you already have Wukong and Mbessa, you do not want something that excels against melee opponents and excels against counter-engage.
Especially if it actually, instead of going towards a Jinx Thresh, they're going to go towards something like a Kai'Sa Alistar, right? Just try and bypass that front line of the Sion and then try and find that access to the back line. Looks like the Alistar, though, going to be snatched away. So Woody, is it Leona? Is it Nautilus? Maybe the Nautilus is your best answer here?
Yeah, we've got the Alistar. Now the Kai'Sa, remember, in the previous series, we did see the information come up on the screen that Kaisa is 1-8 so far at this event. She went up to 2-8 after that game because they did secure a win. But 2-8, a 20% win rate is not exactly what you want to see.
No, you're not filling me with hope here. But I think you're kind of stuck, to be perfectly honest, as PSG talent. Either you go for, again, like Jinx and go for the, hey, we're just going to go for a full front to back. But that opens up then for Mortaeus to try and answer in kind with something like the Aphelios, or you try and go for the Kaisa and take the opposite end. So I think for PSG talent, it is a bit tough to be in this position.
Okay, they lock Rakan, so again, it's more engaged, it's more full send, it's more of this ability to dive right in, and instead, okay, no Kaisa this time around, but we are going to get one of the champions that is tied for Betty's most played throughout the summer, the Corki locked in. This does have some powerful DPS potential as the game goes on to get through something like the front wall of a Scion.
It does feel like for PSG talent, though, they need to get the ball rolling early, because otherwise you just don't have that, especially locking in the Sen if they're going to go for it. Your DPS is severely lacking. Maybe that actually will give an opportunity for PSG talent to come back. Yeah, okay, they go with the Sivir instead. So looking at PSG talent, like good side lane control and a decent lane neutralizer in the Corki to try and just provide access for PSG talent to play a 1-3-1. And if they can find picks and snowball through that, that is their win condition. But for Vivo Cage, I mean, great scaling, decent side lane in the Talia, fantastic front to back. They are all about playing this slow, steady grind through PSG talent as they look for those objectives.
And I like the Sivir, particularly when I look at Sivir, I look at how easy is the spell shield in the lane for the matchup. Rakan's Grand Entrance, you better not miss it. Corki's Phosphorus Bomb, it sails through the air at the speed of molasses, right? Like, both of the main spells that your opponents use to trade are very easy to spell shield. So I like this pick here. We'll see how well it works out for BKS and PSG, who have both not yet found their first wins here at Worlds 2025. Both now have to battle through 3 best-of-3 wins in a row if they want to make it to the next stage.
I do agree with the desk, though, in that one of those roads that felt a little bit easier to try and go through, right? Yeah. You have Hanwha, you have Gen G for PSG talent, and although they did try their damnedest, and they did give them a good run for their money, they just weren't quite able to take down the LCK Seed 1 and 2, which I personally think is fairly okay. Whereas for Vivo
it's a tough draw.
Yeah, whereas for Vivo Cade, it just wasn't quite the same. And I think that's where, if you're coming into this game, I'm favoring PSG talent. Because like it was Team Secret Wales and FlyQuest that Vivo Cade lost to. And I think there's a little bit of a difference there between the two squads.
And if you look back at the game that was played against Team Secret Wales by BKS, it was very scrappy early. It was BKS invading at level 1, getting punished, but then getting something back. It was BKS trying to make a play on the top side and mis-executing and getting punished, but then getting something back. And so they would have just kind of these back and forth swingy plays that they would start but miscalculate, but then they would still be able to find something. It was unfortunately for them the Rift Herald where the game got completely blown open in that one. Their matchup against FlyQuest, unfortunately, there's not a lot to really talk about because it was just very one-sided for FlyQuest. So for VKS, what I want to see here is I do want to see them continue to play aggressive, but as they play aggressively, I want them to really make sure they've got those calculations down and they're hitting it when they first go in.
Because it also feels like we haven't got to see the VKS that we saw in LTA, where they would get these early leads, use that to overload a side lane, find those success and find the picks in a side lane and be able to blow a game open like that. Instead, they've been on the back foot, look like they're doubting themselves. And even when they go for some of these side lane plays, they aren't even working out for them. Like, I was heartbroken for them in the FlyQuest game where they went for that dive with the Jarvan and, I mean, barely not able to finish off the FlyQuest bot lane.
And you can see here on your screen right now, Brazil actually has a pretty rough relationship with the APAC teams, the teams that comprise the region now known as the LCP, here for the past few years. Back in 2021, it was Peace eliminating Red Canids, excuse me, then DFM eliminating Loud in 2022. In 2023, GAM eliminated Rainbow 7 and Loud, and then in 2024, Pain eliminated BKE. So So that one, kind of 2024 being a little bit of a difference.
Yeah, it was like they Power Rangered into the mech that could then take on everything that came out of LATAM and CBLOL, because it's not like it's LJL, it's OCE, it's what was the LCP, like all of these coming together, sorry, the LMS, all these coming together to take on VKS now, and it's PSG Talon who are a very difficult team to face off against. And I don't know how VKS can try and overcome it. They haven't looked as confident, and I need them to try and find that success once more if they hope to take down PSG Talon.
And back on your point about playing against the Korean #1 and #2 seeds, the task doesn't become much taller than that in terms of the draw that you get for your first couple of matchups here during Swiss stage, or back in the olden days, the group stage, right? You don't want to start off having to play against teams like that, because I know a lot of teams, a lot of players talk about momentum. They talk about mindset. They talk about how much easier it is when you feel like you've got a couple of warm-up games and you're really in your motion to be able to continue that motion versus just having to play against two of the top contenders in the whole thing at the very beginning. But they did do pretty well, at least in the early stages of those games. PSG, despite falling behind in both games, secured the feat of warfare in both. So they were looking for kills and they were finding opportunities. And now that they're up against an opponent of a significantly lower caliber, I want to see them also remain bloodthirsty, remain hungry to make these plays happen.
But I do like that we're already seeing Desamas at least trying to be a little bit more bloodthirsty, just showing up in that mid lane, see if he could punish the Rise on the early levels, but not quite able to make it happen. That's what I want to see from Desamas, especially in this game. Try and get active pre-level 6. See if you can implement some of these lanes you could set up, but it's Trimby taking a lot of damage, having to burn the heal to escape away.
Yeah, the Alistar not in great shape down here, but Desamas does have a distinct advantage in this game compared to the previous two, and that is he is not playing Jarvan. So he was, unfortunately, on a champion that wound up with a pretty rough win rate in his first couple of games. This time around on the Xin Zhao, on one of these champs that has just been a staple, I feel like, worldwide throughout all of summer, has just been a reliable kind of everything. Swiss Army knife champion in the jungle. So I hope that he can find some angles for some plays here, as early on, honestly, not a whole lot happening from either side. Desamas just going to sweep, make sure that there's not that common chicken pit ward in his jungle, make sure that they don't have any eyes on him as those chickens spawn for the second time.
Oh, actually, great engage here.
Yeah, nice double knock-up coming out there from Trimby, as Betty already had to use the barrier and the flash, wants to get away. Morteos going forward, and it's first blood over to Brazil. VKS first on the board.
Huge win for VKS on the bottom side. Morteos getting off to a great start thanks to that engage from Trimby. And it's not only the fact that you get the kill, this is a nice L wave that will be lost for PSG.
Yeah, it's not like Corky's one of those 80 carries that's playing teleport. He dies, he just teleports back into the lane. It's not that bad. He's got to walk all the way back down there. Let's take another look at how this started with Trimby's nice knockup.
Yeah, especially as Trimby had already taken a bit of a beat on these first few, but at least getting to heal up on the Alistar. And Betty tries to step up to follow, but Morteus, good spell shield. And then Trimby barely getting that auto attack as well to finish off Betty. And Woody tried desperately here with the Quill into Flash to heal his AD carry. Does force Morteus' flash, but it's still the kill in the end.
Exactly, and even though you force Morteus' flash, Betty had to spend both summoner spells as well. So when you look down there at the bottom lane, it's still summoner spell advantage for the side of VKS. They've still got barrier on Morteus, they've still got flash, not just hex flash, real flash on Trimby. So still playmaking opportunities available for them. And we'll see if they try to do anything with that. If they try to bring Desamas down here. Niru, level 6 on the Talia, could also be a playmaker moving towards the bottom lane with Weaver's Wall.
I actually thought VKS might use this as a chance to go for an early dragon, because essentially this Corki can't contest the wave state at all if Desamas is on this bottom side, but not feeling convinced that they can go for it. Instead, they're going to move Desamas back up towards the top side as it spawns. It looks like try and use this advantage instead once they start getting towards those boy groups.
All right, Aja trying to keep the pressure on Boal up here in the top side. And you can see the farm is telling the story on its own, Dak, that it is nearly a 400 gold lead for Aja. He is 3 waves ahead of Boal in terms of farm. The Ambessa running the matchup here nice and early. But as we know, Sion's job, even if he can't stay even in the lane, as long as he's getting some farm, as long as he's stacking Soul Furnace, he'll still be able to do a good job frontlining in the fights.
Yeah, that's essentially it. Sion and these tanks, it doesn't really matter at the end of the day. And especially when you've already got the Sipper off to a nice start, makes things a bit easier. Like, it's a BF sword to a Cole and a 2. That is not exactly where you want to be in the match.
He's got the glowing mode.
Fairy mode?
Yeah, it's a glowing mode. Yeah, 5-hole ability haze. Whenever
actually, do you know what? That will make the difference. Yeah, it's the Corki who's winning, actually. Yeah,
yeah, let's give you 0.4 second cooldown on your phosphorus bomb, surely. But no, I always remember Kobe telling me that he hates buying that thing. It just feels like you didn't make a purchase at all because the impact of it is so small. Compared to a BF sword, which, especially on a champion like Sivir, which already excels at pushing the wave, Morteus and Trimby should just have total control over the tempo with his bottom lane.
Yeah, and that's why, like, again, I kind of want to see Desamas getting active in the early stage. It was a great play from Trimby and Morteus to set that one up, but now Dragon, there we go. I was going to say started by Desamas because I think he could, well, should be started. I think they're in a decent position here with pushing in and boss. But maybe worried about a boy group trade, or are we just going to look for the dive?
Might just be wrapping around for a dive here. Does pop his sweeper to make sure that he's not detected. Trimby almost level 6. Achieves that one as those minions are down to Samus moving around. And Betty and Woody, they know something is up here because their own jungler is up at the grubs and nobody on the VKS side is around to contest. So that means they must be up to something somewhere else. That somewhere else is exactly where Betty and Woody are. So Betty's gonna go ahead, just take the opportunity to go for a recall here. He'll buy the fully completed phage, but he loses a lot of minions down there in the bottom lane. But at least PSG, in the meantime, they do not let this dive succeed and they get all 3 grubs.
And this is a bit of a gamble from VKS. Giving 3 grubs to a 1-3-1 comp always feels a little bit scary, but it is a good investment in Morteus and saying, if we can get this lead on the Sivir, if we can play towards a team fighting strength and Betty just isn't in position to match, that's where we can come alive. And going for that early dragon, you can force those fights of the 3rd dragon, and it'll be huge for VKS if they can do so.
All right, so objective handshake plus the advantage of losing the wave there for Betty when he had to recall because of the threat of the dive. Honestly, pretty solid moves here from VKS, but I'm not going to lie to you, Dagda. With these 2 teams going head-to-head, I'm very surprised we only have 1 kill on the board almost 10 minutes into it.
Yeah, it's very surprising to me as well. The only reason I think PSG Talon have to take a bit of a back foot is obviously bot lane not going so hot. Also, you've got the Wukong, which kind of wants a little bit of time before it can really get active in those lanes. Yeah. But now that you have both Karsa and Aja ticking over to that level 6, having those ultimates available, this is where I think you can get very aggressive if you want to try and play on some of these side lanes.
All right, Desamas and Karsa, both still 0, 0, and 0. You already talked about how Wukong likes to power farm. Sinjo sometimes can do the same thing, but I really like to see him out on the map, getting involved in the lanes. If nothing else, at least blowing a couple flashes, making the lanes less safe for his enemy laners if he can. But still, no effect anywhere yet for him, as we do have Karsa getting invaded right now by Trimby, but Trimby's just doing his busy work as a support, getting that vision down in the enemy jungle, just trying to track Karsa as he potentially looks for any of these plays. Level 9 on Maple in the mid lane does not yet have the Rod of Ages fully completed to start stacking, but it would be very early to do so. Woody takes about half of his HP there from a nice seismic shove combo built off the Pulverize from Trimby, but he's not really worried a whole lot about it anymore, as Karsa is going to show up now. Quick crushing blow onto Trimby, but again, nobody really wants to fully commit.
Yeah, I will also say, to give Betty his due, despite the pressure that has gone down towards that bot side, hasn't actually fallen any further behind in CS. Remember, he died and lost 6 CS to the turret, but has just stayed within essentially touching distance this entire time, so not being pushed even further behind, which I'm kind of surprised at, especially with the pressure that is there. Should be able to pick up this wave and kind of match so. For PSG Talon, if the game does kind of slow down and you're able to get this cold popped onto Betty, suddenly he's matching Morteus significantly closer when it comes to gold, and VKS haven't really done anything with the lead.
And I always like to see champions with stacking items. Well, on Desamas going forward, 3 talent strike, finds Karsa, Cyclone looking to turn it around, a lot of damage back into VKS, but it's not quite enough. VKS now turning their attention back over onto Maple. Betty rotates up for the bottom lane. Desamas gonna be in some danger, and PSG have found the kill. Low HP on Karsa, but he's not dead yet. Bawal here with the front line, but Trimby's the target. Maple with a little bit more, but the overload does not hit. VKS won't get anybody back just yet. Trimby with a flash headbutt pulled, double seismic shove. Beautiful moves coming out for the VKS support. Feet of Warfare claimed for the Brazilian squad as Miru wants another. Betty has been found in his own jungle. Miru gets him with the auto attack. Betty with a late flash. Now Aja's gonna die too. Karsa's about to die next. He flashes over the wall just to try to survive. BKS nearly aced him at 12 minutes.
BKS are playing out of their minds in these fights. Trimby's pulverizes on point again. And there's just so little that PSG Talent can do to respond.
Let's take another look at this as it was BKS wanting to get scrappy.
And this looked a little dicey here because there was a huge amount invested on towards Karsa's clone. They thought that they had him, so they all in. But instead, Karsa managed to escape. But the TP here, very aggressive from Boal. Then the turn onto the Samus was really good from PSG Talon. The Ultra Magia holding Boal in place. And this is where it looked like it could have been a disaster. But Trimby, taxiing off the minion, knows that if he could just set up the play, the combo's there with Miru, and they tear through PSG Talon.
Go, go, go. Very good, 5-5, combo. Yeah, no. Lolo, kill him. No.
Honestly, huge there. It was Trimby's Alistar turning that play around. BKS now with a 2,000 gold lead. 30 seconds until the next dragon spawns. Then only a minute after that, the Rift Herald is going to join the Rift. PSG looked like they had a better time in that fight, but when you're going up against BKS, Trimby might have been the one who made the big plays there, but Miru has been the hero of this team throughout the year. This guy has been a star player in the LTA South, and he feels like he kind of has that secret sauce. He's like the, for the EU metaphor, he's like the Caps of Brazil. If he's on the team, your team ends up doing really well.
Yeah, whichever team he has joined has suddenly shot up the charts, and the fact that he was able to come across the VKS and help them out so much in summer. And he looks fantastic. The Talia flicks have been on point this game with the help of the setup, and if Miru and Trimby are feeding themselves like this, that's going to be a very different story for PSG Talon, who just haven't found that success in this early game.
Exactly. It was the Trimby pulverized into the unraveled earth, into the seismic shove from Miru that got those 2 kills, and then Miru riding the Weaver's wall into the back line, setting up for the additional kill onto Betty. And I feel like Betty in that last fight just got a little greedy. Looks like Trimby's getting a little bit greedy now. Does end up getting ignited here. The redemption not really going to matter a whole lot as Trimby is already down. So a nice pickup there from PSG, punishing Trimby.
Also just good timing on it because Rift Herald about to spawn in 15 seconds. So you're missing your Alistar now before he gets into that objective. Doesn't have that ultimate on the Unbreakable available either. So this might give PSG Talon the pick they need to set up for that objective.
Level 11 on both of the solo laners for VKS and on Maple as well for the PSG side. Just still needing a little bit extra EXP before the Ambessa hits that point. So it looks like nobody on PSG going to start up the Rift Herald here just yet. Trimby will have enough time to make it back out on command.
Yeah, it looks like we're Karsa very close at level 11. He's been doing a great job of power farming this whole time. So I think he should tick level 11 here, maybe just shy before this Herald starts. And that could be a really nice spike because Aja just hitting level 11 as well. That second point to the ultimate could be clutch. Karsa actually just shy.
And speaking of things that could be big for this fight, Seraph's Embrace just fully evolving there for Miru. He just got that last couple of stacks that he needed to hit 360. So having that extra shield going to go a long way in protecting him if PSG decide they need to take out the Talia. When we're looking at teleports, they're available for everybody except for Miru. He still, however, has the Weaver's Wall, so as long as he's somewhere remotely nearby, hanging out in top lane or mid lane, he will still be able to join the fight, and BKS are going to begin the Herald.
They're in a significantly stronger spot. PSG Talon ceded a lot of area of control. Karsa, though, looks like he might just be trying to sneak in to get the steal rather than take a full fight.
Yep, Karsa on the left. BKS control over the area for now. The wraparound is coming. Aja looking for his angle as Woody is already down. Morteus on a rampage. PSG wanted the pincer attack, but BKS was ready. Trimby going in again. Karsa's not fooling anybody with that clone. And now Maple's going to be your next target. Miru rides the blast going over the wall, and Trimby's ready to keep on going. It's a beautiful 1, 2, 3 alley-oop VKS on a killing spree again. 8-2 game. Rift Herald in their pocket. They are smacking PSG right in the mouth.
The LTA second seed is popping off here against PSG Talon. There is just no control in these fights for PSG. Everything has gone astray. And not only are you getting these kills, you still have that Rift Herald now to try and break up a mid lane. You're taking control inside, and PSG are just desperate to get anything up.
And remember, back in that first game that we saw VKS play against Team Secret Wales, the game was back and forth. It was close up until the Herald, and that was when VKS took the fight that they did not want to take. Team Secret Wales started running away with the game from there. Herald fight, check in the box.
This was a fight that PSG Talon didn't want to take. Like, Woody gets caught out almost immediately as this fight kicks off, as everyone jumps on. Aja whiffs on the follow-up on the ultimate with a great sidestep from Miru. And now your engage is completely gone. And Miru, a great wall, not only knocks back the monkey, but interrupts Maple's Realm Warp as well. So prevents that escape tool for PSG Talon. And they just chase them down so effectively.
And this is just beautiful. Pulverize, seismic shove, decimate, just juggling Maple. There's nowhere he can even move. He didn't have his flash, but even if he did, you're not going to get a chance to use it. Now the Herald's been summoned up in the mid lane, used to crash the tier 1 turret. Trimby's going to drive that one right into the tier 2. It's a 3,500 gold lead for VKS, and it's about to be 4K as that tier 2 falls. This is such an awesome early and mid game thus far from VKS.
Yeah, PSG Talon stepping out, seeing if they can catch VKS if they don't sink their resets, and PSG are going.
Karsa wants the engage. Miru flashing away with a flash follow coming in from Karsa. Meanwhile, VKS with the counter attack over the wall. It's Betty and Woody looking to get away as Miru survives. Betty's first to die and Woody follows. There's no way you're killing Boal as Karsa and Aja try to escape. Karsa's very low, and another rock flies over the wall. Now Aja will be next to die with a decimating smash pulverized combo. Boal's on a rampage. 4-0 for Brazil.
PSG thought they might have caught VKS slacking, but it's VKS expecting them to go for the play, and they catch them out as now. Trimby, does he end up finding Maple?
He
gets the interrupt.
Oh, Maple gets caught here. Now, Maple has his flash to try to get away. He has Realm Warp as well. We'll see if he can try to use it, but no. He thought maybe the cooldowns weren't there, but Trimby had another pulverize. It's a delayed ace for VKS.
And look at the setup here. PSG thought maybe we could get onto Miru, but a great flash away keeps him safe as the rest of the fight erupts on this bottom side, picking off Betty. But it's the reposition from VKS that means that they catch out PSG, and I understand what PSG were going for. That maybe if they don't sync their backs properly, we can catch people out, separate them as they go for those resets. But it's VKS who are ready for it and catch them all out.
And one thing I noticed in that replay, it's the same thing that you pointed out in the previous Herald fight. These public executions from Aja are not connecting. The Ambessa is never getting in onto the targets that he wants to get on top of, and it's making it so difficult for this champion who's supposed to be about backline access and putting threat onto carries to do that job.
And that's another dragon now, third of the name for VKS. Bounties available for PSG Talon 20 minutes into the game, and Awaken has only just spawned. PSG a little nervous about that Awaken being taken. Boal gets some damage put onto him.
Yeah, but he's Scion. He does not care even a little bit. 895 stacks there through Soul Furnace. Another public execution, another miss. Aja is just not hitting this critical spell on Ambessa, and Miru smells blood in the water. Aja smells honey fruits, and those might be able to get him away. Miru still continuing to use the speed bonus on the Talia. It's a solo kill for Miru. Aja dead for the third time this game. 0-3 and 0 on the Ambessa. Not having the impact that PSG wants him to have as VKS, now with their 7,000 gold lead, now with their soul point status, Miru arrives into the fight. Desamas jumping straight on in. It's going to be 2 more kills for VKS. Maple and Betty are the only 2 left alive. Betty's going to be knocked back with another beautiful seismic shove. Trimby wants another headbutt pulled. The rest of the team isn't there. Trimby's very low. Maple at least gets 1 more, but Boal wants the last little bit of damage to take out the enemy mid laner. Boal with a hammer to his rib cage shatters Maple and finds his his way through the enemy base. One more shield should hopefully keep him alive here, you would think. Aja's back, but he has no public execution. He can't try to stop Boal. He's shoved back again by Miru, and Aja loses 2/3 HP. It's a 9,000 gold lead. It's about to be an Otacon for VKS.
Where's this Vivocade been at Worlds? This is not the team that I expected to see here today. PSG Talon pushed Gen.G, pushed Hanwha Live, and it looked like VKS hadn't come alive all tournament long. But now, against the LCP 3rd seed, they are showing up in game number 1.
This is the VKS that beat 100 Thieves back in the LTA Finals weekend in Dallas. This team, when they're locked in, when they're ready to go, when they're coordinated, you said it earlier, Trimby and Miru have been playing wonderfully together so far this game, and I cannot give enough praises to Trimby's Alistar, 0, 2, and 17, a part of everything but 1 kill so far in this game. Going for the dive onto Aja now, and again, it's that 1-2 punch with Miru to set it up and knock it down. The only kill Trimby hasn't been a part of was Miru solo killing Aja up in the top lane back when all the fighting was going on bottom.
These aren't punches anymore, Flowers. These are haymaker after haymaker. PSG are dropping to the floor. It's a KO.
It's a bar fight, and PSG are stuck paying the tab. VKS are gonna take a big swig of victory and push their way into the enemy base. That top lane inhibitor turret is already down. Inhibitor is the target, and that one will melt. Boal locking up Karsa, Maple, and Woody all on his own. Karsa with a defensive cyclone, but I don't think it's gonna matter. Wind becomes lightning, and lightning strikes Karsa. Desamas takes the kill, and VKS might just be looking for the end of the game. They got super minions marching down the top lane. It's not like they can take Baron yet. He's not even on the rift for another minute and a half, so they'll turn their attention over to the mid lane inhibitor turret. That one's gonna crack. We'll see if they can take the inhibitor. There's 20 seconds on Karsa, but everybody else on PSG is alive, and VKS backs away.
You might as well go back and spend that gold, because Baron hasn't spawned, and we have 3 items on Morteus. We have a 16 stack Magi's for Miru as well. VKS are commanding this game, and not only are they beating back PSG, but they are putting down a statement that they have arrived at Worlds.
Miru has not died, 6-0-9. Morteus has not died, 7-0-11. Boal has not died, 6-0-8. The only 2 that have died are Desamas and Trimby. Desamas died in the fight that completely blew the game open for VKS, and Trimby has died twice. Well, once was kind of silly, but the other death was, again, just part of the big VKS machine.
Look, there's good deaths and then there's glorious deaths, and VKS are trending more towards the glorious.
It is a glorious game 1 for VKS indeed, as Boal jumps in behind Karsa. Miru's got plenty of damage. Woody wants the quickness, but he's quickly finding his way towards another lost team fight. Aja finally hits a public execution, but it's way too late. Betty's next to die. Boal 7 kills on the Scion leading the charge. Woody will be the final kill towards the ace. It's a triple for Morteus at the very end of the fight. 26-3. VKS will annihilate PSG in game number 1, and they are only 1 game away from moving on and staying alive at Worlds.
Holy VKS! That was sick! I mean, that was insane! I cannot believe they just dismantled PSG Talon like that!
That was incredible from VKS. For all the Brazilian fans watching, this is what they've wanted. I was reading social media these past couple of days, and the Brazilian fans were saying, I saw a few different people like, we know that it's hard to challenge for the actual crown. We're not here to win Worlds, but we want to compete. We want to see that fire. We want to see you guys fight back. And here is VKS fighting back. AD, what do you got?
Let's go, Brazil! One of the biggest upsets, if not the biggest upset we had at Worlds so far. It's not so much that they beat PSG, they freaking stomped them!
They arrived to the tournament. They arrived, all right? You can make the case for 100 versus BLG, but who cares? Like, the last 2 games from this team was like Baron. We didn't see anything from VKS. This one, they shoot up and just kicked ass.
I feel like some teams struggle and break under the pressure, but this is an example of a team really responding well to the pressure and showing up. And it was just great to see. Something we've been critical of was the team fighting. It felt like didn't have the coordination there. They came in so strong. And Trimby, man,
wow,
so impressive.
Trimby on engaged champions. Historically, what he has best. Whether it's his Ragan or his Alistair, he was on every move here, working with his jungle, making things happen.
Yeah, now initially started with them looking and basically hitting a Wukong clone, so it didn't really look too good at the beginning. But as the fight went on and PSG were entertaining the fight, Trimby sees the angle.
So this re-engage, he gets the W and then the Q flash off the minion. To find this re-engage when the cooldowns are down, and again, it looked like before the fight, it was a little bit timid from VKS. This was a super confident play that came through, and they cleaned up so much on the back of that. And then this fight coming in, once again, going in with confidence.
Right when Rakan is looking for the angle, they don't let it happen for Woody. He pops ulti, they kill him right immediately. And even as they basically are able to chase down the rest of the team, what we saw was VKS basically saying, screw the side lanes, we don't need to be there for it. They showed up for the fight in the last replay. Sion was there immediately, he knew he was needed. This is just a VKS that recognized, we're gonna take a fight. They came in today ready. This is what we really wanted to see.
And that's the thing, I was wondering if they could surprise them, if they could cheese maybe. It was not about cheese, it was about perfect League of Legends, being on the map at the right time, this coordination that we haven't seen so far.
When you think about Brazilian League of Legends, you think about team fighting. And the fact that they were losing out in team fighting, especially VKS, is yes, they're good at being able to play the map within the region, but also, hell yeah, they should be able to team fight. We haven't been able to see that in the last few games. The fact that they showed it here, and they were much better than PSG, that looked strong. I felt like, yes, for 0-2 going up against HLE and Gen G, PSG as a team in team fighting looked good. No. Trimby brought out the classic Trimby Alistar, and he was everywhere. 92% kill participation.
I mean, Alistar as well as a pick where if you're not feeling confident, if you're having an off game, it can be so easy to flounder on this. And he was just so locked in. You know, KP 92.3%, he was 100% for a lot of the game and was just consistently finding and setting up these plays. He was absolutely on fire on this one.
What I think is really surprising is when you look at the trajectory for this team when they arrive at Worlds. First, they arrived late. Plan got cancelled. They couldn't get the amount of training that they wanted. They couldn't get what they wanted out of the training they got. The first few games didn't go well. How did they make it happen today?
That's a great question, because remember, Boal coming back into competitive, so there's always going to be that feeling. Mortes, a rookie player, so when you're on a stage like this and you already start out poorly, yeah, it's going to get in your head. It was great that we also got that interview with El Yoya talking about being 0-2 and behind and having the mentality to still come back, right? The mentality is there now for Vivo Cade Stars. Now going up against PSG in Game 2, I don't know what to expect.
I mean, you got so much confidence. Like, at minimum, they've gotten a great game at Worlds, which I think was all the fans really wanted, was a good performance at Worlds. They got a great game, but based on how that game went, I think PSG should be really worried right now.
But I'm actually wondering, what do we expect now? What do you have? You have flip-flops. Can we show Rasmus? Wait, these are your flip-flops.
It was easy for PSG coming into today. I'm flip-flopping. I think Vivo K-Stars are going to be able to take it. Like, why not, right?
Yeah, I mean, you know what? I'm with you. I believe in momentum. Right now, the momentum, I put it on VKS side.
You know, it's really cool that you're supporting the LTA team now. I would have thought you'd have come in supporting the LTA team. You know, Law came into the first series supporting the LEC team.
Yeah. You never doubted them, Raz.
You understand the tactic. Look, Laura understands the tactic. You don't get too excited for KT. I'm not getting too excited for Vivo Cade Stars.
You didn't get too excited for any of your teams.
Hey, calm down, all right? I'm a realist here.
PSG is going to be playing on blue side here, so staying on the same side, actually. So they believe in the preparation that they had. Any priority that we want to see from them here?
Good question. I think the mentality that they have, it's so hard to get a priority gauge on this team because they're a team that wants to be able to counter pick on mid from Maple. Like the Swain pick they showed earlier on in the week was great. The Nefiri pick too. So I'm really curious as to what it's going to be. Orianna is just like the most powerful mage in the tournament. Orianna and Azir. So like I'm probably going to expect them to do that and try and play a slower and patient game.
All right, a lot of control, a lot of lane priority maybe on the side of PSG, but it doesn't matter for now because it is VKS coming in strong in this elimination series. Brazil is here at Worlds. Let's see if they can make it happen right after this.
Brazil!
Brazil!
We can win. I have combo in
low.
full.
Kong is on
One
HP.
Miro, one combo.
2 seconds, 2 seconds, 2 seconds.
Okay. Look our combo, okay? Look.
Okay.
I don't have kill.
Look. Kill.
Come.
Yeah, kill.
No flash, right?
Good job. Hey, kill this guy.
Good job,
Okay.
guys.
I can look.
Yeah, look.
Oh,
Okay, now.
Okay, keep it.
Okay. No way. Okay. Let's play kill.
Guys, look hard.
Look,
hard.
Okay, you want me to
I can
go.
flash.
Very good. 5
Kong
Kong
behind.
combo.
Look, Kong behind.
Yeah, no. Look, kill him. Nice!
VKS will annihilate PSG in game number 1.
The greatest players in the world are here.
They can just burn this one down. Oh my God, Owen by 9.
You are going to see them like you've never seen them before.
Propped at will as the Arcane Storm doing so much work, and Genji, they are just going to ace them.
누구 만나도 이길 수 있다는 자신감 정도로만 생각하고 있습니다.
Genji, the EWC winners.
Locking down the Drake is now Doran. Decent position. Double
Break down my walls, but I won't rise again. Cause I stand tall in my environment. How could I ever close my eyes as they silence sins? They try to take me down with their violence.
Oh, they go back in. Bishop flashes in, and down goes Knight.
25 and our second elimination best of 3. Game number 1 was staunchly in the favor of Brazil's VKS as they defeated PSG from the LCP 26-3 in absolute domination, largely off the back of Trimby's Alistar engages and Miru's Talia follow-up.
It happened so fast, Flowers. It felt like the game was like kind of even, and then next thing you knew it was 1 team fight, 2 team fight, 3 team fights. The game is completely blowing open. And as you say, it was that combo between the Alistar and the Talia that worked so well. But even Trimby from the get-go in lane on the Alistar, putting the herd onto PSG Talon.
It was Trimby's Alistar that got them first blood down there in the 2v2. And then it was Trimby's Alistar in that mid-game, early mid-game, I should say, River team fight that looked like it was going the way of PSG, who turned it around and enabled Miru to clean everybody up. But now we're back into Champ Select, powered by Omen and HyperX, here for game number 2 in the series. And we'll see if PSG can bounce back, because again, they're targeting these mid-lane assassin picks from Miru, the LeBlanc, the Akali. Those are out of the picture, alongside the just general OP Nico. That one's going to be kept off the table as well. Azir and Orianna also banned out by VKS. So 4 out of 5 bans so far, right in mid lane.
Inara is still left open, so I'm curious if we end up seeing the ban. There it is. So what do we first pick here as PSG Talon? Like, Valorai's already taken off the board because it was played in the last game. A lot of those mid lane picks already taken away as well. So is it just going back towards something like the buy, or what are these junglers?
Well, let's see what we get, because also 2 of the biggest junglers taken out in that previous game as well, right? Like Wukong and Xin Zhao now no longer available because of Fearless. So PSG, we got to get some value out of this. That's another one of those picks that is very often banned in mid lane. The Aurora locked in for Maple and PSG.
She's very strong, does well into a lot of matchups, and also then having that assassination potential and dive potential really does open up the game. We'll have to see what VKS wants to try and answer with, because I still think going for some sort of jungle lock-in here and maybe going for your support could work out relatively well, but we'll have to see what they want to go for. Like, Kiana has been a pick that has been relatively strong, but we haven't already seen Disalmus bringing that much to the table. It looks like it will just be the Annie in response. Is it going to be the Jarvan, and we just go for bare bones basics here for VKS?
Okay, VKS, they're just going to lock the Annie. It doesn't get much simpler than a mid-lane Annie. Pretty good stuff for engage. We know what this champion is going to do. Tibbers for tempo in lane very often. So that's going to be Miru's play this time around. What else do we want to go for here for the side of VKS? Whoa, that could be spicy. Nope,
okay.
Nope, we're going to get... I was like, now, hold on a second. I still do really like the Pantheon.
Yes, I think the Pantheon is a great addition here. Good setup in your mid jungle, the ability to play for side lanes are fantastic, and just decent team fights. So I think this is a much stronger pick. And PSG Talon, again, I'm not really sure. Because we haven't seen a huge amount of these deeper picks in the draft, what exactly you want to go for. Rumble, still going to be nice, but it does mean that for Maple, more than likely going towards this Jarvan, for Karsa, going towards the Jarvan, because it is strong in enabling both of the Aurora and the Rumble. But I think you just take the Jarvan. I'd be worried about the Jarvan getting banned away in this next rotation.
I'm still a bit of a Jarvan hater. I still think that the champion has not had a great showing at Worlds thus far. Last game, remember that I said Ambessa was the second most played champion for Aja throughout summer. Rumble is the only one that he has more picks on. So again, it's comfort for the top laner of PSG. Varus locked in for Betty alongside the Corki. This is his most played in summer, so it's more comfort, more of what PSG is used to.
And more of that backline access, because I believe essentially what PSG Talon want to do is poke Varus into Rumble ultimates, into Aurora damage, and just cause a ruckus in the backline, whereas VKS feels a little bit like if it ain't broke, don't fix it, going for this very strong tank top, front to back, similar style to what we had in the last game. If I'm PSG Talon, I am target banning Trimby. I want the Rel gone, I want the Nautilus gone, I want nothing that can enable Trimby to continue the performance he had in game number 1.
Yeah, I think Trimby's Alistar performance in that first game was one of the best Alistars we've seen at Worlds so far, right? Like, he was constantly setting up plays, constantly hitting multi-man pulverizes that were then followed up by multi-man seismic shoves, and it was really just a beauty to watch, unless, of course, you're PSG or a PSG fan, in which case it was terrifying. And we will go ahead and see some jungle focus here from VKS, who have already locked their own jungler, so they're going to target the pool of PSG a little bit further. That Kiana removed.
I think it'll be Kiana and Jarvan, and then it's, or maybe Kiana and Vi. But either way, you're still very limited on the pool that you have available. And if I'm Vi into Ornn, Annie, Pantheon, I'm not exactly, you know, smiling as I go into that one.
You're not
so
having a great time.
Yeah, so I think it might be a Jarvan ban, try and force Kai'Sa to go towards, or sorry, Karsa to go towards the Vi. Because you can't really go for a Wukong, you're so AP heavy already.
It's also
or sorry, the Maokai, because you're already so AP heavy. So I like not having, I was going to say, that Wukong available really hamstrings you in this sort of draft for PSG Talon.
All right, last ban of the draft on the VKS side. Braum instead. Okay, so they do not want the defensive capabilities of the Braum for Woody. Bard also banned out here by PSG, so both sides missing their supports, both sides paying a little bit of respect towards the role. We'll see if PSG want to levy another ban towards that role. But like you said, Vi and Jarvan both still open. Vi, of course, not super happy about diving into the current VKS team. Jarvan has had a terrible track record so far at this event, so I can understand just being less afraid of him because of that. And there you go. It's another potential support banned away in the pocket.
Yeah, I think now you probably take the Nautilus here for Trimby. You can round out your composition with the Kai'Sa. Struggles a little against the Varus in lane, but will be fine as you start to rotate around the map. And then if I'm PSG Talon, there is a chance maybe you try and go for something funky, like you take the Nefiri that we saw Karsa pilot already, but it means that you're heavily reliant on Woody having a strong support to be that engage tool.
Right.
I mean, you don't really have the rest of the fundamental pieces like a strong tank top laner. It does get pretty tough.
Well, we've got the big rel engage there for Trimby. The amount of engage right now on VKS is simply insane. You've got Rel Magnet Storm, you've got Ornn Call of the Forge God, you've got Tibbers from Annie, and then you've got Pantheon to jump in over the top of whoever starts it off with the Grand Starfall.
Yeah, you basically just point and say, screw everyone and everything in this area in particular when this fight starts off, which I think is going to be a rough all time for PSG Talon again, because you're heavily reliant on this Leona. It could be to be that real soul tank for you, unless you want to go for like Sejuani or something for Karsa, but even then, that doesn't really fit with the composition you're trying to go for. Yeah, it's going to be the Jarvan, but Jarvan's going to melt as he goes in here.
Well, we'll see if they decide to lock it. It is really just Woody's Leona so far for the engage. Okay, Jarvan locked in for Karsa. So you've got Leona and Jarvan for your engage. Varus can obviously go for picks as well with Chains of Corruption, and then Aurora and Rumble to try to follow up here.
Okay, it's going to be the Ezreal at the end of the day. I thought they might still go for that Kai'Sa. Again, you kind of have the ability to keep yourself safe with the Killer Instinct on some of the engage tools from PSG Talon, but the Ezreal works just as well. Very strong when you hit that mid-game, able to answer for some of the damage that's coming through from PSG Talon, but crucially can keep himself safe from both the Aurora and that Jarvan.
Exactly. Ezreal has always been known for over a decade now in League of Legends of being able to just shift out of Jarvan's ulti. Well, he can also shift out of Magic Bunny Jarvan's ulti. It's very easy to get away from the circles of doom when Flash is on your E. So Mortea's just trying to make sure that he stays safe. And when you have all of this mega engage with Trimby or Boal or Miru going in to start off with these AoEs, it's very easy for Ezreal to just see it and just shoot True Shot Barrage over the top. And again, you've got just another layer of that big damage coming in for burst.
This is still a difficult one for PSG Talon. Like, I prefer what VKS are bringing to the table. And again, if VKS get on a roll, they are going to just absolutely steam through what the LCP is bringing to the table here. And for PSG Talon, they have shown strong early games. They have shown they can get leads against some of the best teams at Worlds 2025. Now they just have to see if they can do it against the Brazilian representatives.
Yeah, I said last game that when we watched PSG versus Hanwha, versus Genji, versus the top two seeds from the LCK, they achieved the feat of warfare in both games. They were first to 3 kills, even if they were not winning overall in those early games. Last game, it was VKS getting the feat of warfare. It was the Brazilian squad that was more active in the kills, and I want to see PSG have some of that same bloodthirst that we saw from them against the LCK squads. Game number 1, we had 1 kill on the board 10 minutes into the game. I'm expecting more action here in number 2. Nice hit there, piercing arrow from Betty at level 1. Speaking of Betty, on Varus, For his career, he is 70 wins, 38 losses. This is his most played champion by 35 games.
That's pretty damn impressive. I mean, not only the fact is it how many games that he's played, it's that win rate, very, very strong. And he's opting in towards that poke fires that we were talking about here, so they'll be very strong at holding on towards that mid push, enabling Aja and Maple when it comes towards size, but also if someone drops low, the poke that can come through from Aja and Betty, the combo that you have on some of these isolated targets with the upfront burst PSG Talon have, Betty can try and snipe off a few of those mentors.
And worth noting as well, specifically because they're both full engage, full send, engage tank supports, Summoner Spellbook on both Woody and Trimby. There's no aftershocks for bonus durability or anything like that. So again, kind of what you're talking about, where you said it specifically for VKS, if they get ahead, PSG is going to have a real hard time. Whichever side falls behind, that support engage is a one-way ticket.
Yeah, I think that's kind of what supports have figured out, is actually a bit of an invade here, so Thomas gonna need to be a little careful.
Yep, there comes Karsa, does steal away the large Krug. Samus fighting back here a little bit, but a nice steal from Karsa to interrupt Desamus' clear, and now he's waiting for Desamus to just check this brush again. I love this from Karsa. Another EQ combo. Desamus down to 200 HP. He's going to take the blast cone. Karsa making sure he doesn't step so close that he gets knocked the other direction. But now Desamus has been forced out of his own jungle. But Boal has got the wave shoved up. He's going to come in after Karsa. Karsa already used EQ. Karsa's in danger. He's down to 200 HP. Even if he tries to flash, Miru is waiting. Karsa initially with the big brain for the invade, but greed is a deadly sin, Dagda, and he pays with his life.
Big brain, but no brawn to back him up. It's Boal who ends up teetering over and putting that scales in favor of VKS. Aja now trying to make him hurt for leaving the lane, and we'll actually get a good amount of damage onto the
happy being the one who received the kill. So he felt comfortable walking away and going to make that distance even more as he clears out his own blue buff, clears out his own Grump. He's got plenty of camps ready to farm, as now Maple has to get away from Trimby, who has made his rotation over towards mid. And it's a couple hundred gold lead for PSG, largely off of Karsa's antics.
Yeah, and it's a great start for him. Again, like, the experience will eventually even up because of the catch-up XP, but the gold and the and everything else is such a big momentum push for PSG Talon. The flash not on Pantheon makes a lot of these early plays difficult, and if Karsa now can kind of play off these spot side pressure, he can maybe look to contest the push as Trimby and Morteus bounce this wave back.
Aja cooking up the wave here, getting this one shoved out. Does have Equalizer ready, but while TP's in and immediately just ready to try to keep this wave frozen, make sure that he can farm up whatever he needs to. Does have Spectre's Cowl already purchased for you know, heading towards the Koenig Rooker that you would have to expect every tank builds into Rumble early on to make these trades a little bit more bearable, because right now you can see Aja wins these pretty hard. Desamas has to be so careful when he walks around these brushes in this game. Bawal going in though, looking for the solo kill into Aja, but a nice flash from the PSG top laner, getting himself away, making sure he does not get hit by the knockup on that. Bawal, I'm expecting him to go for the fast Ornn combo and try to double brittle proc, really make life miserable on this Rumble.
It doesn't quite end up hitting it, but it still delays Aja on the reset, which is honestly a bit of a win here for Bawal. He's got the... Oh, hang on.
Yeah, Desamas in the mid lane. Tibbers has already been summoned. Maple's in some serious danger. He goes between worlds and he gets away. Maple! He flashes just to try to make sure he gets away from the Comet Spear. He would have lived anyway, but a bit of a panic there at the very end. Did not want to get caught out. The Dragon down to 400 HP, and now Trimby stepping in. Crash down, dodged by Betty there with a flash of his own. Morteus continues firing here with the Mystic shots. Trimby still looking to see if maybe he can get a little bit more lockup onto Woody, who wants to get away. Trimby with a shattering strike. Woody's about to die. Morteus takes the kill, and Desamas gets away. VKS get a kill, but PSG take the Drake.
It's a good start for PSG Talon, but VKS are coming alive. Bawal needs to escape, but can he?
Yeah, he's Alcove gaming right now. Aja trying to make sure he doesn't overheat all the way. This is looking a little bit silly, but Aja is winning. He overheats, steps back into the alcove. Bawal again, just trying to create some distance. This is Ornn gaming right now as Aja continues trying to burn him down, but Bawal just taunts him with the emote. Bawal gets away.
The most intense game of Peekaboo might not be over yet, though, as we get the TP from Trimby. They're looking for Aja. He has no flash.
He has no flash, but there's not a lot of damage between Rel and Ornn. We'll see if there is enough. There's the Bellows Breath, but no. Aja sidesteps the knockup and stays alive.
Aja breathing hard after that one. That was a workout and a half to try and stay alive and also get the kill, but can't quite do it. But PSG, they're on Desamas again. Good flash.
Yeah, Karsa jumping in there for the Cataclysm. Desamas immediately responds, flashing away. PSG full sending again. Desamas is their target this game. Game number 2 is all about Karsa playing aggressively and the rest of the team ready to back him up. Maple's so thankful to have got out of that gank in mid lane earlier as well, but he does not have his ulti. He does not have his flash. The Aurora is very vulnerable. Aja has now teleported back out onto the map after his recall to join up with the rest of the team. The Grubs are alive, and that's going to be PSG's goal.
Yeah, I think at this stage, VKS are kind of shown they're happy to be patient. They don't want to try and overextend and contest PSG as they move in towards these objectives, even though they have... Oh, hang on. Do they want to try? No, Trimby just going to kick them to the curb.
Yeah.
But it's just, yeah, even when you don't have, like, Maple's ultimate was up quite at the right time, but also because Desamas is that level down, thanks to how aggressive PSG Talon have been in his jungle, it does make them a little bit more scared.
Well, now Desamas does have the Grand Starfall, and this is kind of the great equalizer if you fall behind early.
No, that's Rumble.
Yeah, okay, my bad. My bad, buddy. Well, we've got the great... leveler outer of game state for Pantheon here, since he can try to use this to set up a play, get a numbers advantage when you wouldn't think you'd have one, and try to get some sort of edge. As now the engage comes out from Trimby, Desamas and Miru ready to follow it up. Maple staying alive for now. Morteus needs a little bit of damage. He trades 1-for-1 with Maple. Trimby's gonna get cooked up by Aja. Feet of Warfare claimed by VKS, but Trimby's about to die. Aja needs a little bit more damage, and he finds it. Now Miru's the one under pressure. Ornhorn summoned up by Bawal. Aja in the back part of the pit, and he's gonna drop now too. VKS. They deny 3 grubs. They end up having a bloodbath 2-for-2 in the fight.
It is a messy fight in the pit, but the problem for VKS is that Betty wasn't here. It's everyone invested on VKS's side, and Betty gets to have some alone time on the bot side. Maple, thanks to the electrocute, finishes off Morteus, and that takes so much of the wind out of the sails of VKS in this fight. Miru cannot be a consistent DPS. Desamas has been set so far behind, and Aja is getting a ton of work done, doesn't quite finish off Miru. But the fact that VKS had to pull everybody to the fight leaves Betty on the bottom side.
Betty's going to benefit from that one a little bit, but an even fight there for VKS brings our gold back to a standstill. Feat of Warfare claimed for VKS, feels really good for them, and very important as well since PSG now have 2 out of 3 of the neutral objectives towards the Feat of Monster Slaying, excuse me. So that means that it's probably going to come down to the first turret.
But also look at where that gold is positioned right now, because Morteus has a very nice advantage over the Ezreal, which is pretty big, and Aja having that advantage and Karsa is going to be a little bit more of a difficult situation to overcome, because they can try and find access to the backline. That dive and that excess damage can be so important to how team fights can pan out for PSG talent. So if Morteus can stay alive, especially as he completes this Trinity Force, maybe there's a chance for VKS. But if Aja and Karsa get to have their way, that's a terrifying time for VKS.
Absolutely, my friend. Sundered Sky completed for Karsa on this Jarvan. Nobody else across the map has their first item fully done, so Karsa's in a great spot to be able to lead the charge and continue playing aggressively. Trimby with a crash down, buffers through the Zenith Blade. Now defensive Magnet Storm having to flash away, but he's trapped inside the Cataclysm. Trimby's down. Nice pick, PSG.
Right before the Dragon spawns as well, PSG get exactly what they want, and this was more what people were expecting coming into this series. Karsa dictating the pace of the early game, getting into the face of Disamas, and PSG being able to fall back towards strong team fighting and pick-orientated plays.
Okay, Disamas is hanging around nearby, so is Morteus. Miru also around the area. Here comes Boal. It's the Ornhorn. Karsa's in a little bit of danger, and so is Woody. Now Miru's found Maple off to the side. The Drake is stolen away by Disamas. Boal's in the pit with everybody. Betty's going to be the target, but over the wall goes Boal, and now Woody's ready to follow. Boal is next to die. Betty low, but safe for now. Aja's cooking everybody, and Morteus is down. PSG find exactly what they wanted, and VKS find themselves staring down the barrel of a 2,000 gold deficit.
PSG are bloody and bruised, but they are walking, and that's all they need to do actually is, hang on, Disamas.
Disamas jumps in, but that Grand Starfall is not where he wanted to place it. He's about to die to Leandries, just barely survives, 24 HP.
That was a brave move from Disamas, and VKS crumble at the Dragon. They steal the Dragon away, but after all the burst is used again, it's the lack of consistent DPS which ends up hurting them. Maple gets close to being one-shot by Miro on this bottom side, but crucially doesn't. Betty close to going down in the pit, but once again doesn't, because Aja is doing a ton of work on this top side at keeping Morteus out of the fight, keeping Disamas out of the fight, and it means that PSG can focus on the 2 other members that have overextended into the back of the pit, and they can finish them off.
And the 2 flashes right there at the very start from Karsa, from Betty, to not die to the Ornhorn were huge. Now Karsa invading yet again. Redemption keeping him alive. Trimby and Disamas have Morteus coming in to help him. But remember, PSG have a 2,500 gold lead. They're just working with a lot more firepower, and they can't get any kills back.
Karsa barely got over with the flag and drag before Trimby had the knockback and managed to get positioned into the Baron pit, which meant that he was able to survive. That was very close to VKS finding a pick back, but this game is explosive, Flowers.
This is the PSG that fans wanted to see. They are bloodthirsty, they are aggressive, they are constantly putting the pressure on their opponents and making their opponents play their game. Karsa being in Disamas' jungle from level 2 has seemed to rattle VKS and cause them to constantly have to react instead of be proactive.
And again, it's the fact that you have so much gold on Karsa now, so much gold on Aja. This 1-2 combo has been crucial in so many of the fights thus far. But if VKS can find a way to get some control back on the game, limit that pressure, maybe there's a chance. But it doesn't look like PSG are going to let up anytime soon.
That Varus from Betty is definitely looking pretty solid right now. 1-0-3 has his Ghost Blade, stacking up the tier, working towards the Muramana. That's going to be another big issue. Obviously, Boal's not going to care a ton once he gets more items, but even right now, he's only magic resistance. Everybody on the side of BKS is highly vulnerable to these piercing arrows, and if you can get some good poke from Betty on this champion that he has so many games on before these fights, it's impossible for BKS to play it out.
Yeah, Trimby poking his nose in here towards the Rift Herald, but I don't think you really get to do what you want here. More just window shopping at what he wishes he could have as the rest of VKS start to move down towards his bottom side. But Aja reading that well, moving up towards the mid, making sure that he's not going to get dove anytime soon.
Yeah, Trimby's not got a whole lot that he can really say about that Rift Herald take, so he'll just back away from it. And PSG will find themselves another objective. And it did end up coming down to what I thought. We've got the feat of warfare for the side of VKS, the feat of monster slaying for the side of PSG. So the Enchanted Boots is going to come down to who gets turret number 1, and we'll see what that looks like. I'm honestly really ready to bet for PSG because they've got the Herald.
Yeah, that's generally where the thought process would lie. Is they want to pick Maple, though.
Yeah, they're going in after him. He wants to go between worlds, but immediately the crash down with the shield is ready to lock him up. He's surviving for a very long time, but the Comet Spear finds his back, and VKS are going to get their man.
Trimby barely clipped him there with that Shattering Strike and actually got the stun. I'm shocked it went through, but it now opens up as Miru. So let's be careful, though. Karsa does a lot of damage here.
Yeah, Karsa's going to step forward. He'll just clear out the wave, make sure the turret doesn't take any excessive damage. Karsa, of course, having the Herald Eye himself, will be able to do plenty of work on a turret if he gets the opportunity. You can see the mid lane, bottom lane, and top lane turrets, though, on VKS are all in pretty good shape.
PSG do need to be careful of these pick plays. This is what VKS are known for, overloading the side lane and finding moments to catch you off guard, and especially with a Pantheon. If VKS can continue to find these picks, that's how they can slow down the pace of this game, give themselves time, opportunity, and space on the map to try and fight back at these objectives.
Karsa picking up his next red buff here as PSG are ready, I would think, for the next objective fight, which is that Cloud Drake spawning right now. They still have an almost 2,000 gold lead. They should still feel very confident about taking this next fight. Leandri's completed on both Maple and Aja. Again, you've still got the Ghost Blade on Betty for the extra movement speed to either catch somebody with Chains of Corruption or sidestep some of these big AoE ultimates that are going to be flying out from the VKS side.
Looks like VKS aren't interested, though. Dragon started by Jarvan, as Karsa feels confident with the position he has on the map. VKS now trying to position themselves, but you don't have Miru here, and you've got your Ornn on the wrong side of the fight.
Yep, Miru does have his teleport to be able to join, but it looks like he's going to walk it down the long way instead. PSG are going to pull off of the objective. They can see Miru roaming, and they do not want to be caught off guard. Aja does have his teleport to join up if necessary, but there's a big difference between having all 5 there at the start and needing one guy to channel for a few seconds before he can join. You can see here with your ultimate indicators on the screen, there's still a little bit of time left before Grand Starfall is ready here too. Desama's going to take the opportunity, go back, complete another purchase. Again, Unleash teleports available on all 4 of our solo laners, and critically, Woody has now swapped over to Unleash teleport as well. We'll see if the Leona can find any creative angles, but no, he's just going to use it to get back out on the map faster and allow Karsa to restart the objective, which he restarts on a ward.
They needed to match the reset from Trimby, who'd gone back for the wards, but topside plays.
Oh yeah, they're just going to make the move onto Aja instead. They even sent the True Shot Barrage over the top. They wanted to make sure he was dead.
Great equalizer from Aja, though, because it may have prevented that top lane turret from going down. Betty.
Okay, Betty under pressure, but he's still fine for now. Trimby only slowed by the Solar Flare. Heals back up with the Redemption. They are trying to protect that tower, like you say, the equalizer with his dying breath to make it so VKS can't immediately force down the turret. But now, Trimby needs to disengage back here in the mid lane. Karsa walking through. Morteus continuing to apply the pressure as Miru puts the damage into the tier 1 turret up there in the top lane. And VKS, despite the advantage of PSG in the game so far, they will trade the second Drake for PSG for the first turret of the game, and that earns VKS the shoes.
Honestly, I'll take that as VKS. You can still look to contest the Dragons later, and these side lane picks with this Pantheon are starting to turn the tides a bit. That 1.5k gold lead that Karsa had over Desama's starting to fall apart, and even when you look towards Aja, he's not having that same sort of control that he's has, especially when he's the focus point of these picks from VKS.
And this kind of goes back to that earlier fight, the Dragon fight that was so tragic for VKS, but PSG ended up losing the Drake instead. That fight actually ends up making this trade possible, because you don't want to give away Soul Point for free, because now you're in a really bad situation for the rest of the game. But a TP's coming in. PSG could could be in a little bit of danger here. At least Woody could, as Boal jumps in, slams his head straight into the wall, slams Woody straight into the grave. VKS picking up a kill.
I think it's Awaken that VKS are interested in. They'll trade the top tower for it potentially, but what can PSG do to try and mount a comeback here? Aja could teleport down. VKS, there's question mark pings as exactly what they want to do.
Okay, Miru clears the wave. They clear out some of the wards nearby. VKS, they're going to send it for the Awaken. Woody is going to respawn here in about 3 seconds. VKS DPSing this objective as the Herald is summoned up here in the mid lane. The charge will not kill the turret on its own, but the auto attacks to follow up will. PSG on the approach. Woody does not have a teleport to try to join up here. Aja's going to be your target. They want to full send it. They kill him before the redemption comes in. VKS take out the enemy top laner. They got a 5v3 for now, but remember that Woody is on the way. 5v4 yet again. The 4 are just different this time. Awaken resetting. VKS backing away.
You got the TP coming through from Aja. And Maple's ultimate didn't really hit the key targets that it would like to. Resets coming through now for the Annie. Do we just send a take 2? But it looks like we might be backing away for VKS.
Yeah, VKS health bars are pretty injured. You can see everybody on the team there down to about 60% HP. VKS also committing the Tibbers, the Call of the Forge God, the True Shot Barrage. A lot of tools used to guarantee the kill onto Aja. Means they aren't ready for another team fight at Awaken.
It does mean, though, TP down on Aja, and they actually just had Boal in position to try and go for this. So it means that they can actually get a Summer Spell advantage, they get the kill advantage, and now they can start to push out these waves and still create points of threat on the map. VKS are doing a fantastic job of finding these quick plays to hold themselves in this game and slowly claw it back.
Desamas is now 3-1-4. Karsa is 3-1-4. For all of the pressure that Karsa was able to apply early, Desamas, like I said earlier, the great leveler outer, the Grand
It just
Starfall.
rolls off the tongue.
Yeah, it's just such a catchy name. Makes it so he can be a part of these plays and get back into the game. But for PSG, you've still got a slight advantage, and the big advantages are on Karsa and on Aja. It's this Jarvan with 2 fully completed items, this Rumble with 2 fully completed items that are your big left and right punch, and those are the 2 that really have to sync up for PSG to get a win in a team fight.
But they're not getting a chance is the main problem. Like every single time it's VKS starting the fight to find a pick, and then they run like all hell away and make sure you can't do anything about it. Like, point to case.
There it is, another Grand Starfall with Boal tanking the turret. Aja's gonna be in some danger, and Desamas kills him before I finish my sentence. Boal on this Ornn is so tanky, he showers in turret shots. He's got time to wash under his arms, and he's feeling great.
And there's just 0 that you can do as PSG Talon. VKS are using this Pantheon so incredibly well. And again, like, how do you make this combo work with the Jarvan and Rumble if Rumble's dead every time?
It's pretty tough. Last time I checked, the abilities do not cast when one is dead in League of Legends, unless you're playing.
I think you got that right. Yeah.
Yeah. So we've got.
I'll check the wiki though.
We got some problems here for the PSG side as the tier 1 turret is down in the bottom lane. It's always a big difference when you're fighting for Awaken if one side has their tier 1 in the nearby lane and the other side does not, and that's the case that VKS has right now. However, Aja is back on the map. He's coming back out here, and this Awaken is not dying particularly fast.
Trimby snuck his way into the bush, though. This could be a massive engage from the VKS support. PSG, they want to try and contest.
They're going to step forward. Benny's your target. Crashdown only finds Woody. They want to full send it. Woody's not dead here just yet, but they're going to find a lot of damage onto Maple. Karsa into the back line. Miru's already down. It's a massive play coming out from PSG. They found 2. VKS overplay their hand. And it's PSG with a huge punish, and they're set up to maybe take the Awaken now. The redemption's gonna top off the health bars. PSG are right back in it.
Finally, PSG find the team fight that they needed, but still VKS, they aren't done yet. They're gonna try and turn onto Aja.
Okay, Aja takes a big chunk of damage, but really, it's not enough. Boal, Morteus, and Desamas trying to do everything they can to fight for this Awaken. Trimby's engage. Botched ends up being the big change in this game. For all that we praised him in the previous game, the Thornbound Awaken has found its way into PSG's pockets. And the Rel pincer attack, the blunder, going too early after Betty. PSG see their moment, they punish, and they're right back in the driver's seat.
Trimby had the unsealed spellbook smite and was hoping beyond hope that he might be able to get that steal alongside Boal, dealing every bit of damage he could to the Atacon. But it's PSG who once more take control of this game.
Beautifully turned around by PSG. Take another look here.
It's a great flash from Betty. Immediately gets away from the problem, which was Trimby. And here, Karsa sends it into the back line, locks up Desamas and Trimby with Aja there to boost. And there's just nothing VKS can do. There is so much damage between this topside duo on PSG Talon.
PSG are so glad.
Look, Pantheon. Try to kill Jarvan. Kill Jarvan. I am smite. Kill Jarvan.
PSG are so glad that that was the way that team fight went, and you could see the frustration on Trimby's face after everything happened in that fight. Now VKS looking for another one. They're going to go in on Karsa. They take him low, but they won't take him down. True shot barrage over the top. Karsa still alive. Aja still alive. Trimby down first. Now it's turning around yet again. Miru flashing away, looking to escape from Betty as Maple's now going to be your next target, and he is gone. Desamas in the back line, staying alive for now, but Karsa barely hangs on too. It's 2 dead on the side of VKS, but VKS still chasing PSG. They come out on top, +1.
I saw the potential for that arcane shift and thought Morteas might have had it, but PSG Talon once again, it's so close in these fights, but it's VKS who keep falling. It's a nice pick onto Karsa, but the ult from the Leona separates the damage out, and watch that as Maple jumps onto Miru. You've got Betty who comes onto Miru as well with the ultimate from the Varus, and makes this fight impossible for them to play. Morteas has to be the sole DPS in this fight. But PSG are just rotating members in and out on blinking health bars and make it so difficult for them to follow through.
These fights are getting crazy, Dagda. It's 14-10. It's sole point, though, for PSG with a 4,000 gold lead. Woody, honestly, not too afraid of this. Comet Spear's coming in, though. Betty and Karsa right next to their support. TP about to arrive for VKS. Battle lines are drawn, but it's Maple off to the side here on the Aurora.
It's so difficult. VKS, they're still trying to make the same play, still trying to look for these picks, but PSG have become aware of exactly what that game plan is. They're just not letting them find that access. It's still an incredibly close game. Like, one big combo from VKS could turn this around, but PSG Talon are fighting so well in these engagements.
What a crazy game, man. I'm having a lot of fun here with this game number 2, and PSG are in a really good spot. 4,000 gold lead, sole point already, 2 minutes until the next dragon spawns. Taking stock of all our summoner spells, it's also PSG with the teleport advantage for now. 2 minutes, however, is enough time. I believe at least Boals is going to be up in time for that dragon, but we could have potential something here in the mid lane. Honestly, this Edge of Night doing a lot of work for Betty as well to make sure that he's not a primary target for the VKS squad.
Yeah, all the VKS are trying to do is quickly play off of 2 lanes. You see them push 1 lane, and then either Miru or Boal, whoever cleared out that side lane, is just drifting across the mid, hoping they can find a pick. Maple gonna interrupt Trimby there, but it's just PSG trying to find that space and find that vision to spot VKS on these roams towards mid.
Advantages in individual players for every role except support on the PSG side, the largest 2 of which are the 2 largest gold leads that have existed this entire game, which is Aja on the Rumble, which is Karsa on the Jarvan. And as long as these 2 can get their fight, they're going to be looking pretty good. Very important to notice as well, Seeker's Arm Guard, currently built, currently unbroken for Aja. This is a massive tool considering he has been the primary target for VKS the entire game.
Ezreal ult, just to check the Baron. That side of the map looking very, very dark for VKS, and Boal might be getting lights out here as well. As the engage comes through, Redemption tries to keep him alive.
Yep, they're just going to take down the Ornn. For as tanky as he was earlier, the damage between Aja and Karsa is so much. You've got Guardian Angel on Karsa now as well. With Bloodletter's Curse on Aja, it's so easy to burn through that magic resistance. Excuse me. The dive comes through. Desamas under pressure. Miru under more. Aja takes the kill. And PSG have taken both enemy solo laners off the table.
It's so well coordinated. Locked down Miru, who is flashless, to set up for Aja's ultimate, to put the pressure onto the Desamas, so he has to run away as well. And now Dragon about to spawn. It will be Soul for PSG Talon.
And when you look back at this game, you look at an early game advantage for PSG, and then you look at a mid game that was going all the way in VKS's favor up until the fateful Otacon fight. And that's really where everything just completely shattered for VKS's side. PSG winning that team fight, taking the Otacon, rising to a 3,000 gold lead. Now with the Dragon Soul in their possession, a Cloud Soul at that. Very scary stuff. And a 6,000 gold lead. VKS is going to need a PSG throw if they want to come back, because PSG is looking good.
And it's not a PSG that do it particularly often. Rabadon's Death Cap now completed for Maple as well. Going to be providing a ton of damage onto his backline, and it looks like they're done with playing around. They're going to TP in towards the Baron area and look to force one final fight against VKS.
All right, this is it. VKS probably has about one more chance here. Tibbers, I mean, it's dropped on Karsa and Woody, but what does that do? There's nobody else nearby, nobody in the neighborhood to follow up. Karsa full sends it. He knows he's got Guardian Angel. It doesn't matter if he dies. Miru and Morteus both just burning away. Betty dominating on that Varus as Boal goes in. Rams is heading to nothing. DeSamas and Morteus firing back here a little bit as Maple tries to put the pressure onto the Ezreal. He can't quite kill him here just yet. Morteus firing off the Mystic shots, but PSG have killed everybody else, and Baron will be their prize.
It's the missing shots from VKS as Maple fishes for one more. But it's PSG that have got that Baron. And you called it in the fight, Flowers. There was just not enough damage to come through onto Karsa. And Alja's ultimate was perfect in that fight.
The Guardian Angel does what Guardian Angel was designed to do. It gives Karsa the opportunity to jump in there full crazy, give himself as the initiation. Even if he dies, he still sets it up, and the team is ready to go.
You'd, at this position, think maybe, because you just saw Varus on midway for VKS, that you could take the fight, but Karsa sends himself in, the ultimate from Aja. It's a red carpet of disaster for VKS, a welcoming of calamity. As the engage follows through, Trimby tries his best, but there's just so much damage, so much burst potential on this PSG side, and VKS just can't hold strong.
Well played from PSG. Karsa getting maximum Guardian Angel value out of that one. Miru not able to contribute anything to the fight. And we talk about VKS, we talk about how important Miru is to this team, how much his personal play matters so much for how much they can win. And really, 1-4-8 on the Annie has not been nearly what he was in game number 1 on the Taliyah.
And it's kind of the reason that we've seen Annie fall apart, where if you just don't get these leads, it's just not working out for you. And unfortunately, with the way things have gone, VKS did find some picks to get back into the game, but it just hasn't been enough. And PSG Talon, with this Baron, starting to siege on towards the inhibitor turrets.
10,000 gold lead, Dragon Soul, Baron. This should be just about everything they need. It's one final attempt coming out from VKS. Betty's low, but low's not good enough because the counterattack from PSG arrives. It's Maple grabbing the first kill. DeSama's trapped behind enemy lines. Miru's already down here too as Morteus tries to escape, but Maple's just throwing out twofold hexes. He's already got himself a double kill. PSG have cleared 4 of them off the rift, and they don't lose a single man.
And now with that minion wave starting to conga line its way in, PSG gonna try and push us now to 1-1.
It looks like we are going the full distance for both series here today, Dagda. PSG, not to be caught unaware, not to go down without a fight, will slam back here in game number 2. They will take out VKS and have one more shot to stay alive here at Worlds.
There's a reason Karsa is so revered within this region. He put on a masterclass in controlling this jungle.
And I think that has to be the story of the game. Karsa in the enemy jungle from level 1, level 2. Analyst desk, what do you think?
I think that, yeah.
Level 3, 4. Okay, no, yeah.
That level 1 was a bit weird from him, but it's the invades. He doesn't stop, and experience speaks for himself. Here for Karsa, he knows.
Legend as an old man, by the way.
I mean, that's the thing. Like, he's seen billions of situations like this. He knows exactly how to handle them, especially after that first one that backfired. He goes again.
Well, like, even just kind of running through it, because he goes, he gets the Krugs, he pushes Pantheon off, yes, Boal comes in and makes it difficult for him. But this man, the moment you push him back off, you think he's not going to stop? He's going to keep going.
I feel like this was just such a bold play to go for, especially when you're already down in the series in an elimination situation. But Karsa's been so aggressive in challenging the enemy jungler and looking for invades so far in this competition.
And so it's crazy to be able to see this because this happened within the Nefiri game versus HLE2. Karsa is playing ultra aggressive. He recognizes his own matchup. He gets his teammates to be able to recognize what he's trying to do so they can back him up for it. Sometimes the condition's going to be a little difficult, as you can tell, so he super pushes for it, then goes for Raptors, doesn't accept Boal to come through, so this is the one mistake. You're like, okay, damn, my bad. Like, man, I was being a little bit too greedy. But Boal, it hurts his laning phase quite a bit, actually.
And he comes back. He does it again, and he actually doesn't stop. And I'm just wondering how much space is he creating for his teammates, because obviously on the side of VKS, you see this, your game plan changes.
I feel like it's just a balance of expectations. You know, Desamas didn't expect him when Desamas looped around for him to be there again. And then Karsa didn't expect Wild to come over. And then Desamas obviously didn't expect him just to invade again here. And just ends up catching him off guard, because this time he has the support off his bot lane.
Yeah, and it's great to see that he's like, yeah, you know what? I knew you didn't finish your full clear. I'll be there for it. And he does it again later on, 8 minutes into the game, to contest the red bot.
Yeah.
Maybe thinking going for Krugs again, but no, he's for sure there with the support. His full team gets the support so he can get this done.
How much do you think this impacted both the early game for his team, created space for his laner, but also impacted VKS's early game?
Well, Pantheon was definitely behind in terms of experience. That was for sure a problem that Desamas had to deal with.
I think so much as well with a champion like Pantheon, you can so easily like clear into gank into clear, and really set a fast pace to the game. But here, I feel like Desamas was like really shut out a good amount of being able to enact that early game plan, and so often the laners had to move to adjust to try and protect their jungler, and it really just allowed Karsa to run the Rift.
And by the way, that counter jungling rate that you see there, highest of the tournament throughout. This is just, yeah, specifically for the game, but Karsa throughout Worlds, the entirety of Worlds, he is #1 when it comes to counter jungling. He is, so far at this event, for how ancient this player is. Yeah. He's somebody that still is very confident in his knowledge of being able to push certain matchups.
And that's what I think is really beautiful with this player, and also this mix of player being reunited from the old Flash Wolf days into PSG coming here at Worlds today. The fact that they were able to reignite that synergy and still make it work.
It's insane. Like, of course, like him and Maple, don't even question them on their synergy. That's not even a question at that point. Betty as well, if they're involved in the plan, 1000%. It's a large part of why their team fights have been so good, especially this team fight around Dragon, that you're like, is it good for VKS? Is it good for PSG? At first it looks great, and then like PSG is able to turn it.
And Boal goes over the wall, and it gives like a route out. You know, you actually see Woody Zenither over the wall to follow up, and then so much value because people just keep chasing over the wall. They get to turn it around, and it ends up backfiring here. I think VKS trying to chase down those low health members, really costing them.
You can see how close this game was. Like, for a good amount of time. Even with the slight advantage that you could see from PSG around 50 minutes into the game, like, it's not as if VKS is sleeping. They're still fighting back into this game. It's just a better game and team fight from PSG as a whole.
Absolutely. And it came from Desamas. Again, with the Pantheon, collapsing on side lanes, trying to make plays and keeping the pace in that game and trying to make things happen. It wasn't enough this time around, especially when you look at the experience that you have on the other side of the Rift. We've talked about this old Flash Wolves reunion. It's 2025, but they're still clicking and working together.
Yeah, I don't know why I doubted them, Dan.
Oh, are you flip-flopping again?
I don't have another flip-flop.
You're flip-flopping again? Raz!
I have a second one.
VKS is from your region.
Yeah.
How many times? You know what? I feel like there's just no loyalty from you. You've given up on them again.
I haven't yet.
I will give it to you one last time.
No, I'm sticking with him. I'm sticking with VKS.
Oh, we have a shred of commitment here.
Damn, you shamed
You know
me.
what? That's character growth. I appreciate that, Raz. For once, you've stuck to your region's team.
Maybe
you know what?
Curse them. Who knows?
Question is,
actually, that's a worry, yeah. 100 Thieves were doing good until you believed in them.
Game 1, they had the perfect draft. VKS had all the champions that brought them success domestically.
Yeah.
Game 2, even if it wasn't ideal, they kept on fighting. They made it hard for PSG to grab this one. What do you think is going to happen for that third game here?
Oh, I keep
Do you think
saying-
they have it? Because, again, on one side you have the experience, but you have that fire on the side of VKS.
Yeah, I mean, the trend here is that Boal is willing to sacrifice a lot. He did it on the Sion game. He did it on the Ornn game. You know, the Ornn game it hurt him a lot, I think, within the early laning phase. So, even, I still keep saying the control mages are incredibly strong. I want to see him back on the Orianna. I think Miru's control mages are exceptional, and try and scale out a little bit more.
For me, I think it's just very much about tracking costs and making sure you can't do something like this against the Samus. Samus is so much at the early game plan. If you get shut out the game, I think they're really going to struggle.
And they're going to try this one on the blue side one last time for all the marbles. Is it going to be PSG or VKS taking this third game? We'll find out right after this.
So around the area, here comes Boal. It's the Ornn Horn. Cars is in a little bit of danger, and so is Woody. Now Miru's found Maple off to the side. The Drake is stolen away by Desamas. Boal's in the pit with everybody. Betty's going to be the target, but over the wall goes Boal, and now Woody's ready to follow. Boal is next to die. Betty, low, but safe for now. Aj is cooking everybody, and Morteos is down. PSG find exactly what they wanted. Ladies and gentlemen, welcome back to Worlds 2025. It is time for the final game of this second elimination best of 3 between PSG and VKS. Game number 1 saw VKS absolutely dominating their opponents, 26-3, 27 minutes into the game, absolute victory. Game number 2, it was Karsa in the enemy jungle from level 2, terrorizing Desamas, building a lead for the side of PSG. Now, PSG, they did lose that lead a little bit in the mid-game, but ultimately, it was the Otacon fight where VKS didn't find the engage they wanted. PSG took the fight and then ran away with the game from there. Now, only one game remains to determine who gets to keep competing at Worlds 2025 and whose journey for the year ends here.
It is heartbreaking for either of these squads. They put on a show in the respective wins, but now one game separates you from that flight home. And as you say, Karsa put on some absolute heroics in that last series, or sorry, in that last game. We'll have to see if he can control the game like he did once more, or whether, honestly, that VKS aggression, that ability to find picks on sides, can take them over that finish line.
If that's how Jarvan is supposed to be played, I can understand why he keeps getting locked in these games, because Karsa was an absolute menace in that second game. But now we are on to game 3, and this is where we start to feel a little bit of the pinch from Fearless. Typically it is the games 4 and 5 that really have those pools constricted, but even in game 3 you can start to feel a little bit of, well, wait, hold on, these pools are getting a little too slim here. So I'm curious how the draft is going to play out this time as VKS are on the blue side, PSG on the red, and let's see what we get. It's some arcane bans for VKS. Caitlyn and Vi both banned away as bans 1 and 2. Meanwhile, PSG, they do not want to deal with Nico. They will keep her out of the game.
Yeah, I think it's a good call. Nico just so incredibly strong, especially as you get this deep into into Fearless draft. I imagine Azir going to be kept. I imagine Orianna going to be kept, as you're saying. I don't know exactly what takes that like first pick position. Although, if I'm VKS, do I ban away the Yunara in the hopes that they ban Orianna? Because otherwise, maybe you just leave one of those really strong picks open and hope you can pick the other.
Well, the thing is about the Orianna, both mid laners have played a couple games of it, so far this summer, but not a lot. Again, it's a champion that's had a lot of presence, I feel like, all over the world. It's a champion that's been banned a lot, so not super surprised to not see it with a high number of picks for either one of our mid laners here. Lee Sin banned away, the Karsa Classic. This is not a champion that is powerful in the meta. This is not a champion that's super high on the tier list or the priority, but it is a champion that Karsa has worked miracles on in seasons past.
And there is when you win MSI on this champion, kind of makes sense to maybe take it away when your elimination hopes and dreams are on the line. So LeBlanc could be banned. So both Orianna and Yunara open. Now, what is the priority here for VKS?
So interestingly enough, yes, that Orianna is open. I would expect that to be the priority, but also the Akali is available. So if they want to just take the Yunara instead, then the other side, sure, they'll take Orianna for Maple, but then if Miru takes the Akali, he's comfortable on that.
Yeah, and I think that's exactly what they're going to do. Great call, players, because it just opens up the draft so much. And again, The only thing I'd be worried about is something like a Nocturne Orianna as an answer. Because even though you have the Akali, I think the ability to punish the Yunara by looking for picks with a Nocturne Orianna could potentially work out in your favor with just how much damage and up from first there is. We'll have to see if that is going to be the plan or what is going to be the answer for PSG Talon.
All right, well, the Orianna that we expected traded for the Yunara. That's the handshake of leaving them both open. So far we're correct. But let's see. The Nocturne, I feel like, probably not super highly prized for Desamas, although it is one that he has had quite a few plays on so far this year, or this split at least, excuse me. And it looks like we might have a graphics error. I'm not sure what champion was locked in for the side of PSG. Hopefully we can get that updated ASAP to figure it out and see what that one was. But the selector is back in the VKS side.
Yeah, I imagine you're going to pick your jungle here, try and answer for, I imagine, what Karsa locked in for himself as well. And then the support. And at that stage, you're in a pretty good spot. We just got the heads up that Karsa did lock in the Nefiri on the opposite side, and it's a Nocturne taken by Desamas instead. And there's the Akali you were talking about, Flowers.
All right, I guess I was a little bit wrong. That Nocturne is the pick for Desamas because he has had 3 plays on it so far in summer. The only 2 picks that he has played more, and he's played a lot more of them to be fair, are Jarvan and Xin. Those are obviously both removed because of Fearless. Wukong and Pantheon are a couple more of the champions that he's played as much as this, but hey, those are removed because of Fearless. So happy to pick up the Nocturne here. Miru on the Akali, just like we were expecting, ready to slam that one despite it being banned in the first couple of games. Miru is exceptional on this champion. It's one of his most played. And that Nefiri for Karsa. Nefiri versus Nocturne, this is setting up for a spicy jungle matchup.
This is a very spicy jungle matchup, and match in general, because when you look at the way Nocturne wants to operate here, he's more about turning off the lights and causing chaos rather than fully synergizing with the Akali. Can still do it on some of the dive, but more about causing chaos for PSG. And when you're trying to work with an Orianna Shockwave, something that is protecting the Nefiri in that command protect from the Orianna, being able to disrupt that can be vital for the success for VKS. But if PSG Talon can enable this Nefiri with invades to get the leads that we've seen Karsa get before in this champion, that is going to be very, very scary for the VKS side.
All right, let's check out what we've got in the second half of the bans here. As Rek'Sai is the first ban for PSG, they know that VKS do not have their top lane locked in yet. K'Sante picked up for PSG. Feels like a pretty powerful option into a lot of choices, but of course, we know how annoying Rek'Sai can be. The champion is so difficult to punish, it's so difficult to heal because it just heals, or it's so difficult to kill, excuse me, because it heals so much. Over on the other side, it's focused onto the AD carry pool, since that's the advantage that VKS already has that PSG doesn't. Kai'Sa banned away.
I think, I was actually going to say Poppy might be needed to be banned. Very strong into the K'Sante in that top side. Thank you, Broken Blade. Much love to you. And I think that could also be very strong into things like the Nefiri, trying to lock that down and just provide that tank front line that you want for something like Yunara with the peel.
Of course, if PSG want to take the Poppy themselves, they can absolutely do it here on their 4th pick. We'll see if VKS want to spin that last ban on it. What's it going to be? No, double AD carry bans instead. They're going to ban out 2 of those scrappy lane AD carries with the Kai'Sa and Lucian combined. Rek'Sai and Aatrox banned out by PSG, so double top lane bans from them. Now let's see what we get.
So basically identifying VKS don't have any real sort of engage in the draft. So PSG just saying, look, we'll take the Braum. We imagine that Trimby's going to go for something like the Nautilus here, or the Rakan on that bottom, the Nautilus on that bottom side, and we should be fine then into the matchup. Okay. But and even if you do try and go for some sort of engage elsewhere, I don't think there's much of a while can really bring to the engage side of things in that top lane, at least from what we've seen in the meta at the moment.
There's not a lot of engage on either side so far, honestly, Dagda. Like, yeah, Glacial Fissure is a much better counter-engage tool than it is an engage tool. And Shockwave is good to follow up an engage, but catching somebody out with it just directly can be a little tricky.
It is, but there is the doggo. And Nefiri can just send herself in and go, okay, I will be that engage tool, and then it will just immediately pop the W. We get the big shockwave, and then I can follow up afterwards. So that can be a pseudo engage tool. There's that pop we were talking about for Boal, I imagine, in the top lane. It looks like Trimby not going to go for engage, for the beefy engage tools. Instead, looking at the Bard for that tempered face.
No Poppy plays so far in summer 2025 from Boal, so this will be his first Poppy Trimby on the Bard. We're going to need to see some seriously accurate tempered fates. This is your main engage coming out from the side of VKS. Nocturne can fly in, Akali can fly in beside him, but again, it's not like there's immediate lockdown next to that.
I think, though, the issue is what's he trying to do as, okay, I was going to say, it's Betty here. You want something with a little bit of peel. Xayah going to be the tool, because a tempered fate onto an immobile AD carry and also the Orianna could completely remove any sort of follow PSG talent had to an engage. So it looks like Betty going to be able to peel for himself and avoid any sort of mishap from either the tempered fate or that darkness from the Nocturne.
All right, how are we feeling about these two comps? Do we feel like there's a specific edge for either side, or is it more down to the execution?
I mean, VKS need to snowball. You've got Nocturne and Akali, two assassins that really want to be able to decimate this backline in PSG talent, and you have the potential to do it, but if you start to fall behind, that becomes very difficult to do so. But on PSG talent, I just think it's much easier to execute. You have strong front to back, you have this Neferi that can actually be that engage tool alongside the Orianna Shockwave, your own pseudo Nocturne Orianna combo, and then you can have self-peel on your Xayah, which makes it easier then to try and protect the rest of your backline.
So probably advantage PSG then.
I think so, yeah.
Unless VKS can really snowball early.
Yeah, exactly. And I think Poppy will get value in trying to block things like the Neferi, also trying to block things like the Cassante, which can hurt the engage from PSG's side, but it's going to be tough. But if VKS can find this early lead, I think they have the ability to just snowball out of control with this double assassin comp.
And I think a lot of that pressure is going to be on Miru. It's going to be on this Akali that, remember, was banned for the first couple of games. It's going to be on this pick that is supposed to be one of his best champions. And I think that that's the pressure that Worlds brings. That's the pressure you have to be able to rise to if you want to stay competing here. This is it. This is the last game for one of these two squads at Worlds 2025 as we take the Rift for the last time in this best of three.
So much of this game is going to come down to execution in the moment. These small, minute details that are either going to keep your year alive or end it right here. And already, VKS trying to get aggressive and get that vision down, but it's been responded by PSG.
Yep, PSG just flinging a couple feathers back at him here. You can see the early ward of the Pixel Brush there. Dropped on the PSG side. Meanwhile, Dasamas hanging around the enemy jungle. Oftentimes, you do want to see like the late Raptor ward placed down just to keep an eye on what the enemy jungle path looks like. Aja has the defensive early ward here. Oh, not Aja, excuse me. Karsa placed that one down. Aja still has his ward available to place.
I like this position from Bilal, though, because as the Cassante tries to move back into the lane, you'll be able to get some good damage, and that's kind of the advantage of a Poppy in the early stages. But Dasamas hovering barely out of vision. This is so good from Dasamas.
Dasamas is going to Karsa. Karsa, he throws out the Duskbringer, immediately finds the dog. He's hungry for a little bit of a hot dog lunch. Karsa flashes away. Dasamas, Duskbringer first blood level 1.
Revenge is a dish best served as a cold owl hot dog as Dasamas manages to pick off Karsa and put him in the dirt.
And you can see he doesn't go back to the red buff because at level 1, the respawn timers are very long. Instead, he's going straight to the chicken camp instead. Burn that one down fast with Nocturne's powerful AoE, hit your level 2 immediately, and then switch it up and go to the Krugs. If Karsa wants to come back to the red, he'll find it still intact, but Dasamas is stealing away everything else.
And you get to keep this pressure, but Miru
still just walking away here, down to 100 HP. This Akali taking some real pain from that clockwork windup from Maple.
Yeah, Doran's shield and that pot bringing back a lot of HP. Definitely needed it, but Maple doing a good job of keeping control in this mid lane. Still though, like you can see, Dasamas, he does such a good job here. Playing around that ward perfectly. Barely eking around the edge, just out of vision. Incredibly well played. And as the ward goes down, you kind of already realize as Karsa, I'm in trouble. And it's already ended for me. He knows even with the flash, was hoping that maybe he could escape, but Dasamas times it perfectly with the Q.
Yeah, knowing the cooldowns, knowing he could flash and get one more auto attack, one more Q. Play the sad help the animals commercial, Dagda. That dog is in some trouble. as Karsa now down about 400 gold here early. Disamas with the early lead, feeling pretty good about it. Now clearing through his own red side jungle. Karsa thought about maybe stepping up a little further forward there, but no, he's just going to go back, pick up the crab.
Ooh, Cortez taking a lot of damage though. Still out to back away. As you say, Karsa will get the crab. May also look towards me because this wave is not in a good position for Miru. Immediately exiting out that top side as Disamas going to reignite his red buff here as he finishes out his own.
Karsa is going to see exactly what's going on, and he wants a little bit of revenge. Disamas wisely dropping his ward inside that brush, wants to make sure that Karsa can't play around this, as immediately the fear already connects. Trimby coming up to try to help Disamas. Karsa is low, Disamas is lower. Trimby trying to get the kill there. They finally take out Karsa, but now it's going to be a bloodbath, and it's VKS in trouble. Betty still getting away. Miru needs one more hit. He gets it. The feat of warfare secured by PSG by a split second, and it's a 4-3 game, 4 minutes into the game.
PSG Talon completely turned the play around. It's the roam from bot lane that turns it in their favor. Disamas thinks he has the play with Trimby on the Bard being able to react first, but with the wave crashing from Arteus, he can't respond. And Woody is getting so much value from the Braum in this. Stun 1, kill. Trimby moves towards mid. Stun 2, kill. And as Miru goes in with this E, ends up miscalculating barely the damage that he needs, which means one more auto attack goes down, and if you had just a bit more damage onto Maple, maybe it would have been enough. But that Braum getting so much work done here.
And you can see the despair on the staff of Vivocade Stars as they realize this early game where they had that advantage from the initial invade, from Disamas has now turned into a PSG advantage. Maple's Orianna at 2-0 now. And this is the last dance here for Maple if PSG do not secure the win in this game. The last dance, excuse me.
Hey, look, we might have a last dance, we'll see, but for Maple, it's been a long time coming. This guy's been around for so long, has been a veteran of the LPL, the LCP, has existed on so many iterations of so many different teams, and to play for over a decade at this stage and still be hitting Worlds is such an incredible accomplishment.
Exactly, 2-0 on this Ori early on. They want to win this game. They want to make sure this isn't the last game that we see Maple in at Worlds, and they're going to keep doing everything they can to make that a reality. It is a very small lead for PSG after that bloodbath at the VKS red buff, and now Karsa is wrapping around to look for a gank here in the bottom lane. Woody stepping forward, heal coming out from the VKS support as they back away. Karsa level 5 here with the Fury. Pretty scary stuff. That control ward's gonna get cleared out by Disamas, but there's no more fight to be had.
Disamas still has an advantage though with the team out fully completed, whereas Karsa just sitting on the 2 longswords. So VKS still looking to fight. The stun is there, but the Braum, the value from these stuns is so high in these fights.
It just does so much. You just tag the guy, all right, it's up to the rest of the team to do the work. Tag the next guy, all right, rest of the team to do the work. You can just make sure that everybody is controlled all at once. Disamas on the Nocturne, that Tiamat can do so much to accelerate a clear that is already very fast. And once Disamas hits level 6, which is just one more camp, I do want to see how much value he can get out of the Paranoia. I feel like Nocturne is one of those champions similar to something like Karthus, where you have that extremely long cooldown in the jungle on the ulti, so you have to make sure you're getting value every time you cast.
Karsa hopping over the wall here. Looks like he wants to try and get again into this jungle. Has the push in mid, plus Woody to help him out. Actually, it's going to be the scuttle, but again, what started off as Disamas trying to be creative and get that early advantage, now just hasn't really netted into anything thanks to that invade on the bottom side for PSG. So all things considered, it's still PSG Talon with a slight gold lead, but the presence on the map, that is the much more crucial part for shutting down this sort of double assassin comp.
Trimby rotating into mid now to try to help Miru, who is feeling the additional pressure of Woody's presence up here. Woody now making his way up towards the top side of the map. Miru level 7 on the Akali, does have the Hex Tech Alternator for the extra little bit of burst here in the trades, but Maple's already got his Catalyst, you can see, picking up the tier 1 boots and the blasting one now as well, working towards getting that Rod of Ages online as early as possible. And I feel like, Dag, that whenever you have a champion that wants to build these stacking items, like a Rod of Ages, like a Yuntal Wild Arrows, anything that just needs to stack to be full power, getting a couple early kills is just that much stronger than even it would normally be.
It really is, and it just sets you up so nicely. But Karsa now just hit level 6 as he got into the pit, so that Maple Karsa combo could start to come alive if BKS end up overextending just a little bit. Don't have the Poppy in position to try and block that combo for PSG Talon.
Exactly. Neither one of the top laners has their teleport available to try to join this fight. Desamas wants to step forward and at least try to smite one of the grubs away. He will get the single one. Paranoia has already been cast. Miru tries to move forward, but the Feather Storm already flies out. Void grubs overall secure by the side of PSG. Desamas wants to jump in, but Betty's going to stay safe. The barrier isn't even needed as Miru's the next target here for Karsa. He keeps himself invulnerable for an extra second and jumps back over the wall. Now Bawal's going to be your next target. He has to flash away. PSG, they come out +1 grub, +1 kill.
Desamas thought once that Feather Storm was gone, he might have a chance of picking off Betty, but the rest of the team can't step up. And again, Morteus is trying so hard to get into these fights, but he just can't do it.
Miru's Akali also not getting the chances he needs to find that massive burst damage that Akali has to find to win the fights. Let's take another look.
And look at how the darkness plays a massive factor here as well, because as we start to play into this, you'll see the Bromstone is nearly on towards I think it's Trimby as the start of this, or maybe it is Desamas as we go into the pit, but not able to follow up because there's no vision of Desamas as they go into the pit. And as I was talking to Miru, sorry, they'd love one more auto attack, but they're just not able to see him thanks to the shadow and then everything else. And then as Desamas goes in, Betty gets a great feather pullback, which just shuts down the fight. But Morteus can't just sit on a target and deal the DPS he wants to. He's essentially chasing after all these members of PSG as they're jumping in and out, and can't really be the threat you want him to be in that fight.
Exactly. He gets to shoot Braum, which is exactly what PSG wants him doing because it means he can't be effective. Now PSG moving over to the first Drake. They'll have the Scuttle Crab right next to it as a side dish, and it doesn't look like anybody from BKS has anything to say about it. PSG going to secure their second objective of the game.
And as you already said, Maple is so accelerated in this game. The early Rod of Ages and the ability to now just pretty handily side lane into this Akali is huge for PSG, because that's really the big issue with Orianna, is how vulnerable she is in a side lane. But when you just deal more damage than your opposition, and you get more of a shield, and you get tankier because of the Rod of Ages, it makes that threat significantly less viable for BKS.
And one thing that I always look at in 2025 League of Legends specifically, when you're accelerated with Rod of Ages and you're able to purchase it at about 10 minutes, 10.5 minutes, that means it hits 10 stacks and you get that huge power spike at Otacon, which is where we see so many bloodbaths, so many throws, and Miru now pulled back by the shockwave, having to use the ulti defensively to get himself away. And with Woody's help, Maple just continues finding himself in great positions in this game. Karsa wants to jump in with the ulti, but Trimby's here to try to protect Miru. PSG, they have more men in the area, but it's not going to stay that way for long. Maple caught up here in the Tempered Fade. Miru looking for a little bit more. Boal has joined, and so is Morteus. It's everybody from BKS. Maple's already down, and it looks like BKS wants a little bit more. Keeper's Verdict knocking one away. Aja needs some damage back, and he goes all out to find Miru. Petty still safe for now. Karsa trapped in the pit, but can just jump right over pretty easily. Morteus still chasing. Maybe an Arc of Ruin. No, nothing more to find. It's a 2-for-1 for BKS.
At least PSG Talon gets something back, but it's a nice collapse for BKS. PSG way overextending there, and honestly, Maple needed to flash the Tempered Fate before it actually hit. So good damage and turnaround here, but Trimby on the roam up interrupts Karsa as he goes through the play, and at this stage they try to back away, realize that TP's coming in. Maple needed to flash that though, because that would have given the opportunity for PSG to start to walk away from this. But as BKS all collapse, you've got the follow-up from Desamas. Morteus is in a fantastic spot to actually turn on this play. And I thought once Boal knocked Betty away, this was going to be a turnaround play for BKS. Aja able to get enough space after the kill to escape.
And we're back to a nearly even gold state, Dagda. This game is looking like it's going to be another close one. We have about 2.5 minutes till both the Rift Herald and the second Drake spawn. Whenever those timers are synced up, it does make things a little bit interesting as Betty's forced to use the Feather Storm there. The exhaust from the Summoner Spellbook from Trimby, putting the pressure on the enemy AD carry. But now PSG's coming around from the side. Trimby's gonna pay the price. Taken low, taken out. Nice moves coming in from PSG, but Miru wants one back. He's exhausted, but Karsa chases him too far, and it's a 1-for-1 trade.
BKS are responding well to the PSG plays, but still, they're getting these kills back and forth. Karsa getting that combo we were talking about with Maple works out well to begin with, but Miru answering back, and it's Boal who didn't have to move, so he gets some turret plating on the side.
Yep, a little bit of extra money for the Poppy, and I think that as this game goes on, as we continue to see what looks like it's going to be a bloodbath of team fights, Boal's accuracy with Keeper's Verdict is going to play a huge role in how these fights go. If he can knock out multiple players from PSG, turn a fight into a 3v5, then you got some serious danger. Desamas just flies in like a ballistic missile to take out Betty, who still had half cooldown remaining on his Featherstorm. Morteus with the Arc of Ruin to slow down Karsa, the Tempered Fate to lock him up further, but they don't have enough damage. He gets away with the Blast Cone for now, and Morteus hits him with a couple more orbs to take him out.
It may not be the end of it though. Aja is desperately trying to fight for this wave to keep it away from the tower, but Boal is slowly encroaching, and so is the rest of VKS.
And it's so hard to kill Boal, even though it looks like he's low, because he has Sundered Sky. The amount of healing you get from this item is really powerful, and so Boal feels encouraged to continue moving forward. Steadfast Presence stops Cassante from moving forward, and that just means that no more fights to be had.
But there is one with a stone turret on the bottom side for Miru. That's what VKS are constantly doing. They are putting pressure onto PSG, but always having another lane in their favor. So Miru again collapses a wave. Again, PSG Talon lose out on the side lane. And now with Dragon in 30 seconds, we're seeing a ton of these items already completed. And I think about half more going to be finished off here for VKS right before that objective spawns.
Stride Breaker done for Nocturne is absolutely massive. The active part of this item is so helpful for securing your Paranoia kills, and Morteus just gets obliterated. Nice pick from PSG.
That was exactly what PSG Talon needed to do, because as VKS come back onto the map, they will be terrifying. But Morteus, not having flash, not having that ult dodge, makes it very difficult to escape this combo from the mid jungle of PSG Talon, and they use it perfectly.
PSG going to secure their second Drake of the game here, continue stacking those objectives. However, that also means they're going to secure themselves the boots. They've already got 2 neutrals. That'll be their third. So it's feats of strength for the PSG side here in game number 3, as the Rift Herald is on the map, but it was the Dragon the priority for PSG. They know that's the easier one to take. They know that's the one they'll be able to get. They're still trying to defend this tier 1 turret down here. Miru's clearing waves critically. Ticks level 11 on the Akali, so second level of the ulti.
Yeah, VKS also aware the PSG are down here because they saw the Krugs being started by Karsa. So still hovering to make sure that Miru will be safe and can freeze his wave so no extra pressure can come towards him.
All right, Maple just continuing the shove out there. Desamas wants to jump in, but the problem is it's 2v3 right now. Miru continuing to jump forward, and Maple is down. Woody and Karsa now trying to get away. Miru's got to be careful to not be stunned up underneath the turret. Karsa still running. Morteus from the side jumps in point blank range for the Arc of Ruin, and Karsa, he flashes too late. He's already down. Trimby goes forward, but they don't even need the stun. It's a double kill for Morteus. The Yunara shows him what he's got.
The VKS playbook of playing pick after pick after pick is still alive in this game number 3, and PSG Talon are struggling to keep pace. Once more, they're desperate to try and keep VKS at bay. We'll see it as we get into this. So already VKS are aware the PSG Talon are on this bottom side. The Krugs are already taking half damage thanks to the double Q from Karsa. But Desamas sees the opportunity that he needs, and great play and patience from Miru. Waits for the ultimate from the Braum before he goes over, and then finishes off the kill onto Maple. Majority of the gold now gone, and Morteus sees his opportunity, doesn't quite hit the slow. But Kraken Slayer Yunara is so strong at this point in the game, and they rip through the jungle support of PSG Talon.
And that's what it looked like. Karsa not keeping track of the Kraken proc, flashing away when he thinks it would have took 2 more auto attacks to kill him, but the Kraken Slayer bears its fangs and takes him out. 0, 5, and 6 for Karsa on this Nefiri has constantly been punished by VKS here in game number 3. Morteus now with Runon's Hurricane fully completed, with Cole cashed in, Miru in the mid lane. He's got his Rocket Belt already done, and Shadow Flame is just about ready to slide across the cashier's till. This next purchase is going to make that Akali even stronger, and Desamas is starting up the Herald on his own.
Yeah, the Rift RLI might be the credit card that he needs to buy that purchase, because if you can play that on a side lane and get him a little bit of extra gold, Miru can be so strong. But even taking this mid lane structure, could be fantastic. Morteas taking the... Oh, hang on.
Wow, yeah,
Miru's on the way.
Tempered fate and everything. Miru's making his way over. Here's Paranoia. It's DeSamus, level 11 with the extra range of the Nocturne. Flying in, 2 already dead on the PSG side. Betty flashes away. Miru's in the smoke. Another 5-point strike to try to whittle Betty away. They will not get the kill. DeSamus decided it's not worth it for the Herald. I don't care. Kill these guys, then we'll go back and get it later.
21, 22, 23, and 24. It was the CB LOL and LATAM America that were pushed out of Worlds by this region. But here, VKS fighting back. 4.5k gold lead. Rift Herald in their pockets. And with 20 minutes just around the corner, the opportunity to keep the pace of this game going is still there.
This is such a huge game for Brazil. Such a huge moment for VKS. If they can win this, eliminate PSG, break that curse that you're talking about of so many years falling to the regions that now comprise the LCP. For VKS, this would make them champions of Brazil more than they already are. This is the kind of performance that Brazilian fans want to see at Worlds. This is what they've been hoping for after the first 2 disappointing games that VKS showed on the stage so far. And honestly, Dagda, the VKS that I've been seeing here today, even in the game that they lost, are looking like a totally different team.
It's the VKS that came second, the VKS that pushed LTA North all the way to that finals to try and take them down. And once more, they're opening up in this mid-wave. They have the Rift Herald, but they don't need to use it here. PSG talent are just spread thin.
Yeah, even though the grubs did overall go to PSG, you've still got the 1 grub for that extra little bit of sizzle and spice on the turrets. Feels good for VKS to have that extra pushing power. Now Otacon is on the Rift. And VKS fans will remember game number 2. Obviously, that game was much closer at this point, right? Only like 1,000 gold apart or somewhere thereabouts. So it was much easier to toss that advantage away. However, VKS still need to be careful around this objective.
But VKS this game seem to know what they want. It is picks on side lanes with DeSamus and Miru, making sure you can find these quick assassinations and not let PSG find a moment's respite. This is where PSG are dangerous though, when they can group up and when they can look for Morteas. That Maple-Karsa combo still exists.
All right, PSG, they've got to try to stop this bleeding. They've got to survive these pick attempts from VKS, but Miru is moving through the enemy jungle. He's setting himself up on the flank. Maple's about to face check into the Akali, but no, he throws the ball in instead. The lights are going off. DeSamus is going in. The feathers have already flown, and now it's a little bit of danger for DeSamus, but Miru jumps into the back line. Karsa trying to get away, but a nice tempered fate there onto the enemy support. Woody is locked up, and Karsa's already down. It's 2 kills for nothing for VKS. Aja gonna be your next target here. Cassante is tanky, but he's not tanky enough. They'll slam him back into the wall. They'll knock him down. Miru's on a rampage, and VKS just murdered 3 of them.
DeSamus is the feint, while Miru is the hook that's following up behind it. Trimby manages to catch Betty.
Betty's down. Beautifully done from VKS. Every time DeSamus uses his ultimate, Betty immediately featherstorms defensively to not get caught out. But that just means that as long as VKS can find that follow-up punch you're talking about, the Zaya is a sitting duck.
It's the dragon taken for VKS. And so much more in that fight. The gold firmly in their favor, control in their favor, but PSG, they're TPing in. They want to try and catch VKS before they can reset, but they're too little. It's too late.
This is desperation. There's not any time to possibly punish this, but let's take another look as DeSamus flicks the lights.
And that's the thing, it's this fake engage from DeSamus. He goes on to Betty and goes, peace, I'm out of here. Immediately gets away from all that damage, but opens up for Miru to be the damage dealer in the back line. The ultimate onto Woody means that you don't have that safety net in the Braum when these assassins get into the back line. And honestly, the fact that Boal manages to stop the engage follow-up works perfectly. I think the hearts are racing for many a VKS fan.
Yeah, you could see the staff earlier in the game, the sadness on their faces when the level 3 invade didn't go so well, but now the happiness, the joy at the fact that they're this far ahead in the game. Everybody gathered around the top side here for the Otacon as PSG try to dig in and defend.
It's so difficult. VKS have so many ways to attack, they have so many ways to set it up, but PSG desperately want to try and find their moment, but I don't think Awaken is it. If you have this push in mid with the tier 2 tower already gone, you always have Disamas when that ultimate is available, who can shift over towards this top side. And Miru is just sitting in the backline waiting for the engage.
Exactly, Miru is always on the pincer. VKS want to try to take down this tier 1 turret before they really try to force anything hard. There's immediately your Tempered Faithfulness Keeper's verdict. Now they're diving in the carries, they're both dead! Maple and Betty right at the picture, and Miru's still hungry for more. Karsa, Woody, and Aja all have to scatter as the carries get assassinated. Perfectly coordinated there. Keeper's verdict takes out the supportive roster. Tempered Fate locks up the turret so they can make the dive, and then they jump in. Maple and Betty die before there's anything they can do about it.
VKS just kicked in the front door and said, do you really think you're safe here? The golden key to take them down. The Awaken is theirs, the towers are falling, and it looks like VKS have found a way to take down PSG Talon against what so many people thought was going to be a done and dusted series.
VKS have truly turned things around in this series. Their first 2 games, everybody wanted to see more. It felt like the team wasn't finding strategies that worked. They weren't playing coordinated enough together to find any chance to win. They were making mistakes and throws, and now they're 41 flowers to 15. They're 9,000 gold ahead. They're in a great spot to win this game.
And they did it by taking out the heart of PSG Talon, taking out the 2018 MSI champion Karsa, 0-7 on this Neferi. What was supposed to be a key part of the combo has been taken and shot and thrown to the curb, and it's nothing that he can do. He doesn't even own his own jungle anymore.
Yeah, VKS are ready to keep pushing on this one. They've got the experimental hex plate, completed for Disamas as well, so even more threat when this Nocturne moves in, as PSG still trying to claim their red buffs, trying to defend. At least they'll get the red, as VKS just take everything else from the enemy jungle. 4 turrets already taken by VKS. That mid lane tier 2 is down, side lane tier 2 is still standing. Baron on the board, Dragon spawning in 90 seconds.
And as long as Morteus has his flash, it is difficult for PSG to really make the plays that could bring them back into the game. They want to try and find that pick, and Maple has enough damage in his kit right now to potentially do it. But as long as you have that flash in the Yunara, you have that safety net, and it makes it just even more difficult for PSG Talon to find these timing windows where they can make a play.
And we were talking about Maple's advantage early, about the early 2 kills that would then become 3 kills for the Orianna, the hyper-accelerated 10-minute Rod of Ages. But even that advantage, even that extra safety was not enough to stop this assassination comp on the side of VKS from working its magic. The Nocturne and the Akali providing the threat. Morteus on his Yunara, 6, 2, and 9, providing the consistent DPS that's now accented by an Infinity Edge.
And it's the fact as well that, like, Miru stopped off for the Seeker's arm guard. I was like, cool, I'm probably going to need this in the fight. But the fights have been going so well for VKS, he's now just opting to turn that needlessly large rod into a Rabadon's death cap instead, because he never had to burn that safety tool. But Thomas might need to get out of here. Very quickly escapes.
Exactly. He smites down the crab. He makes sure they have the extra vision for the upcoming dragon fight, and then he steps away. Morteus just giving Aja a little bit of a hard time here with a couple of auto attacks, but now backing towards the safety of his own tier 1 turret. Stun onto Karsa. Boal going to be your target here from Betty and the rest of PSG. Keeper's verdict, wants to knock somebody away, but he's stunned up into the wall instead. Disamas already exhausted. Nice blade caller there. Forces the flash of the VKS jungler. Disamas is down. PSG, they've locked up Miru. They force him into the stasis. The Akali's in danger, but he jumps back away with a shuriken flip. PSG have found 1 kill and nearly a second. Miru is still on the run. Betty has no summoners to try to chase. Maple's got his flash, but Miru is still running. Karsa over the wall. He wants to try to catch this enemy mid laner, This could be the opportunity PSG needs to come back into the game. Trimby buying time. Magical Journey over the wall. Morteus firing out the Arc of Triumph. Now Trimby flashes, stays alive for now. Keeper's Verdict channeled again. Morteus just firing back into the PSG lines. Miru jumps in, and now Betty's in danger. He goes for the Feather Storm, but VKS turn it right back around. Miru finally dies. Maple's getting away now. Aja with a nice third and Tofo strike, putting the pressure onto Trimby, who gets away through the Otacon wall. Now Boal scrapping with Aja back and forth. Maple barely standing. Disamas has respawned. By the time he gets close to the fight, he'll have the paranoia.
I think though VKS just want to try and get away from this. They ended up grouping for Maple Shockwave. Everyone around his teleport thinking they might have a chance, but Maple never used it in the initial engage. So the slow on the auto attack from Trimby was huge because it gave Mirror the opportunity to escape. He still has the flash. The slow coming through onto these members was huge. And then Morteus stepping forward, he has the damage. Maple went back to base, which was the go button for VKS. But watch as Maple comes in here. Everybody groups for the shockwave from Maple, which takes Morteus low, which shuts down the Miru on the Sakali. And then the Cassante has enough to finish them off.
Ooh, some frustration on the VKS camp, but honestly, it looked like feelings of despair from the PSG staff side. They know that even if they found a couple of kills there, this game is still in dire straits.
But it's 8k gold that didn't look like that in that last fight. That looked like PSG talent able to separate out the two assassins, deal with them in transit because Aja could buy the space. But if they can find those fights again, maybe they have a chance. As his Rabadon's death cap now complete onto Maple. It is a second dragon for VKS though, which makes these assassins much more durable as they jump into the backline.
And I do want to point out, because you mentioned it earlier, because he had to break his arm guard in the previous fight, Miru instead decides to complete the Zhonya's Hourglass to make sure that he can stay safe when he jumps in for these fights. So still a little bit longer to go before the Rabadons arrives for the Akali. Immortal Shield Bow completed now on Morteus, so extra survivability here for the Yunara to make sure he doesn't drop. And even in the top lane, Dead Man's Plate completed now alongside the Fimbulwinter and the Sundered Sky for Boal. This guy now has even more opportunities to find those angles for the wall stuns.
And Trimby, crucially, 2 items completed. The Redemption and the Lock is going to help to keep Morteus safe from these PSG combos. But still, PSG are fighting well. Aja is in a very strong spot. And if he can get access to Morteus and to Miru, that's where you have to start to stress as VKS.
Aja level 16 now on the Cassante, the highest level player on the PSG side. Boal going towards the bottom lane, looking to keep this push pushing straight into the tier 3 turret, as he will provide an extra area of threat. And you can see now recalls being channeled on the PSG side. Critically for PSG, nobody has Unleashed Teleport. So as long as Boal drags somebody down here, he's got to teleport to join back up in the fight at the Baron, and that's going to give VKS, a macro advantage.
And even the damage that he has from the Sundered Sky, you can see the Poppy Shield there doing quite a bit of damage to that turret. So if he gets a little bit of alone time, that inhibitor turret on the bottom side will fall, and that'll be the base cracked for VKS. Slow and patient is the game for VKS. But you've also got to worry, like Orianna late game, Cassante late game. These are not picks that you just push over.
Disamas with his Guardian Angel completed as his 3rd item. Remember, in the previous game, around the Baron fight, it was Karsus fed Jarvan with a Guardian Angel that made things happen. Now we'll see Trimby getting away on a Magical Journey before he takes excessive damage from the PSG side. Boal going to go ahead and take a recall as VKS start up the Baron. TP coming in from Boal to join up with everybody else. Keep your eyes on the Keeper's Verdict. Depending on who he knocks away, that could be absolutely massive. Baron already down to half HP. Miru Shuriken flipping away, does not want to jump back in onto Aja. Boal and Disamas, the two doing the damage onto the Baron right now. PSG on the approach. Aja jumps forward. Nice little lock up there with a Tempered Fate onto Karsa, but it already wears off. Baron down to 6k. VKS back away from the objective. PSG restarted at about half HP. The Scryer's Bloom is going to see them.
This is what PSG want though, the front to back fight, and VKS know it. PSG feeling that this might be their moment to push VKS back.
And VKS will back away from that objective. Objective bounties falling off soon, even though PSG still down about 8,000. Boal, Miru, and Morteus just looking for any moment they could find. This game is so tense for an 8,500 gold lead, Daga.
But that's because VKS know they need to take these fights with Miru on a flank, to have a threat onto Betty, to have a threat onto Maple, because if it's just front to back and Aja is able to walk at Miru like he did in that last fight, they don't have what it needs to carry this through. It is an 8k gold lead, but we are fast approaching full items.
And now immediately Desamas jumps in after Karsa. The fear has already been applied and the dog is in danger. Trimby takes him out. Betty's your next target. Featherstorm already used and Miru is rooted up. He uses the second half of the ulti to get away, but it's a massive shockwave coming in from Maple. Aja jumps forward into the front line, but he's taking a ton of damage. Glacial Fissure to try to protect the escape route. As more damage pours into Aja's health bar, but he goes all out onto Bawal. Aja looking to make his escape. A little bit more damage from the top laner is not going to be enough here just yet. VKS, they kill the enemy jungler. Bawal has to flash to try to get away. Another slam into the ground here with a Q. Bawal is in danger. Where's the backup from VKS? PSG fighting for their lives. Bawal stays alive. Aja and Woody about to die outside of the base. And Maple is the only man standing. VKS, they ace him.
VKS have done it. VKS have found their moment with that magical journey into the base. It might be a magical moment to keep their dreams alive at Worlds 25.
Karsa, the only man standing. He's the one who died first. He has to try to defend here. He jumps in to find a single kill, but he will now drop. The Guardian Angel is the only thing to fall for Desamas. Nobody else is alive on PSG. This is Brazil! And VKS stay alive at Worlds 25.
VKS play their game. Leave everything on the rift. And today, they will stand as victors and walk that path once more at Worlds 2025.
What an incredible showing from VKS to stay in the competition here at Worlds. After their first two games, we're not at the level they wanted. We're not at the level their fans wanted. This series, this best of three, where almost everyone predicted PSG to be the favorites, it's VKS who rise to the occasion.
Because it was PSG Talon who stepped up against Genji. It was PSG Talon who stepped up against Hanwha. But it's VKS who stepped up here today and now are bowing as winners in front of the crowd.
Beautifully done and incredibly well fought from VKS. Game number one, a stomp, utter domination. Game number two was a really good showing from PSG. VKS fought back valiantly, but PSG came out on top. And then here in game number three, for as scrappy as it was early, it's VKS that ultimately rise above.
Man, we need to ban Desamas for playing Jarvan. That performance today from this man, even though he struggled in game two against Karsa, played fantastically. You can see Karsa bowing out there with the rest of PSG Talon. Tears in his eyes. Tried everything he could today, but unfortunately that just wasn't quite enough.
It's the final bow for PSG, but a moment of victory for VKS as we hand things back over to the analyst desk.
They did it, and Raz, I am proud of you for not flip-flopping it again.
You know, you stuck with them, Raz.
True.
For once, I respect you.
Thank God, I had the flip-flops. I had it right here. It was staring directly at me. We're not using
Didn't need them.
Always believed in, yeah. They had it in them, and I want to take a look at that final fight because, oh boy, they had to work for it. But it's the coordination from VKS that made the difference here.
You could feel the nerves a little bit. I feel this game, they had a big lead, but were struggling to close it out. You can see the experience from PSG trying to find ways back in. And this was a scrappy final fight, especially what ended up happening for a while here. He got dragged away over the wall, and then the rest of his team are starting to make moves towards Baron, but he's still going.
That's the funny part about this, is that everyone's like, all right, see, we're going to Baron. And then Trimby, Desamas are like, wait a minute. maybe we can save you. What can we get out of this play? Then the Bard Q comes through. Desamas just full sends himself in for the fight. It's that slow realization where you're like, wait a minute, we just won the damn series.
It's such a cool moment as well. Especially Mortez, who was like so ready just to go to Baron, moving over. Remember, he was just like, yeah, guys, I was here. I'm here for the final game and here for the picture.
Go to the family photo, yeah.
Yeah, for sure when you come into that final game, especially with so much on the line, with so much pressure, you have to be sure that the draft that you choose is going to be the one that's going to bring you the victory. What did you think about both approaches here?
Ooh, it's funny because I liked the side of PSG's draft. I mean, the tried and true. They used it a lot.
Yep.
Neferia and Orianna. I called for the Orianna. We got to see it. The scaling was there for the pick. But it was like a question of how coordinated was the dive going to be from VKS.
And yeah, I remember you saying this is like the combo, the mid-jungle that VKS used in their finals up against FlyQuest that worked well. I was a little worried about the Bard because, you know, Trimby on the Bard was great, but I feel like on the Alistair, you know, that game they won on that, he was leading the charge well, and it felt like, you know, you can't as easily do that with Bard. You can obviously set up plays, set up engages, but you can't be that body in the front line. But the execution was so good on the back of that.
I'm actually proud of him because, again, historically, Trimby, not a ranged champion player. He shines on those engaged champions. Rakan is the main one. Alistar is the second one, maybe. But for me, it goes to show how much he grew as a player, being able to maneuver that champion today.
Yeah, and even just like that composition as a whole, that's something they have to feel comfortable on. Like you mentioned it, that's the duo they won versus FlyQuest in their finals. And so now you're in match point, series point. Like if you lose here, you're gone. For them to pull something out like this, I felt Desamas and Miru did a great job of being able to come through, but also Mortez really turned up.
Oh yeah.
Like,
wow.
He ran them down in multiple of those team fights.
Every single fight. I think there were so many moments where PSG thought they could just get away and lick their wounds, and the Morteus would just fly in, slam a haymaker, just clean them all up. Yeah. Every single time.
When I had questions about whether or not he's going to have like the nerves to be on a stage like this is his first Worlds, obviously. He's a rookie on a stage. That there's so much natural pressure here that he runs right down them. I was like, okay, fight's over. Seems like VKS would lose. No. The extension of the fight always went in their favor because of him.
Wow.
Yeah, and a situation like this as well, diving into an Ethereum and a Rome, it's like, yeah, I've got the confidence, I'm moving forwards, I'm cleaning up the fights. Lots of moments like this.
Yeah, there were exactly that. And so you have to give him a lot of credit to be able to bring up that confidence. And I talked about a lot of the player cams for him in particular, because Brazil is known for anytime you get a pop-off team fight like that, you have a player that will always raise the volume and your team. Mortez is that guy. And so it was nice to see him put in 36% of the damage, 36.8. A lot of trust in him as a player for good reason.
And it's so impressive to see them come collectively together today, especially after those first few games, especially after the failures that they experienced, the difficulties that they had at the beginning of their Worlds run. This bunch of players, rookie, we are going to have Trimby in just a couple of seconds joining us at the desk. He's walking towards us right now, but I'm speechless, honestly, that they had it in them.
I think it's difficult with the context of they had issues arriving even to Worlds, right? And also with the start of how Swiss has gone. To bounce back like this against a team like PSG with so much experience, it's a huge achievement.
It's insane. Like this kind of a bump up. I don't know what happened in scrims or what happened in the conversation coming into a day like this.
It's that hurdle at the beginning of the day. It's that hurdle at the beginning of the day. We can ask them right now. Is it something they ate? Is it something they played? Trimby is getting ready right now. Thank you so much. Let's go.
Hello.
Whoa.
Fucking hell, I'm tired.
Man, tell us about today.
So sorry.
Yeah, well, thank you for taking the time to join us here, because first things first, congratulations,
Thank
man.
you.
Last time when you came to the desk, completely different story.
Yeah.
It has been one hell of a journey for you.
It's been crazy. I think today's games, I do think we should have won the second game too, because it was really convincing at first, but yeah, like there's still some of the issues that we have right with like certain things, but I think we improved a lot last days, so I'm happy to see the results on stage.
We saw the pre-game huddle. You guys are hyped as hell.
That one, yeah. It's a special, it's a Brazilian thing, at least for this team. It's
yeah. Because like for you guys to be down 0-2 coming into this, and the way you guys came down 0-2, it's like you weren't playing the game you guys played at home.
Yeah.
what was the difference to be able to show that here today?
I think the thing is we didn't have much trainings before too, and everything felt so negative, you know, because we played first games. And it felt like we didn't even have chance to actually see what other team play, right? Like we're the people, the teams that we like, yeah, you know, we picked this, and felt like we got a lot of shit on with that, you know, where like we got shit by like picking Jarvan and Yunara, and like everyone picked that, you know, but we didn't have much preparation going into first days, and of course we played bad. I think we had way too many like struggles coming before in Brazil, like we didn't have much good scrims and everything, so
yeah.
But I do think now, I don't know, just clicked, you know, like we got some nice scrims. I think we realized we actually can win games, but of course coming from the 0-2 the way we lost, right? Like the confidence is just really low, you know, so this win definitely helps a lot.
So game 2 we saw Casa, you know, challenging a lot, invading, and then game 3 Desamas comes in, level 1, goes crazy like that.
That's how we invade,
Was that the game plan? Was that all discussed? Did he just decide to go for it, or how did that play out? How was
Did
that
he
planned?
actually flash over the wall? He just walked. I don't remember. Do you remember? The Nocturne.
We're gonna bring that right now. Actually,
I would like to see,
we're gonna have that invade. He played
some
so well
he
around
some
vision.
Tricks, yeah. Oh, he knew the ward. Yeah.
Yeah, he didn't flash. He just like
no, he knew the ward. Yeah, the ward. Yeah, the Zombies is really, he's called to be like the Brazilian Canyon. I generally think like with the vision for sure, I think he's like, he plays really well because Canyon, I would always say was like the best jungler I've ever seen playing around vision. But I do think he plays more like owner anyway. I think Canyon is more like a, you know, but I think, you could compare them a little bit. I mean, that's what I would say, but of course it's a big comparison, okay? Like, sorry, like I'm not the EU carrier, right? I'm just not, okay? Straight up.
I know your bard was pretty good.
Yeah, true, maybe they don't give you the bard again.
Okay, but that one, when they double tip it, whatever. It's been quite a bit of issues, but at least we had some fun this series, for sure, but yeah, it's been quite of a stressful time, like definitely going 0-2 and then playing. I still think LCP is very underrated, right? So I didn't know what to come for. Like pretty much, I was watching like all the CFO, and then like right when we played against TSW, it just feels like those teams that were so strong. And I think PSG was also strong, right? But of course, they had their weaknesses. That's why they were third.
Yeah.
So it was, I was not sure what to like expect, and I do think they played alright. But I'm happy we played way better than them.
What was like the exact thing that it felt like it clicked for you guys? That made it so you guys were able to come on here with confidence?
I think understanding what we actually want to do and how we want to play, it was the most important, because I think before we were trying to fill into what seems to be the meta, right? Like the way teams played and who we played against, and then we just realized that some things are just not for us.
Yeah.
And we're like, let's just do this way and let's see if it can actually work for us. And I think also getting those practice that actually made us feel like we can actually play League of Legends, because those 2 games that we play on stage, it really didn't feel like we were actually like performing at all, right? So coming here today, having this first game where like, even, I mean, it was of course hard, right, to some extent, to some point, but I think the fact that we actually could make plays and be advantageous, be the one coming on top of those plays, I think just showcases that even though, right, we're like from the worst region, of course, doesn't mean that we're gonna just lose by, in a team fight meta where you have to fight well, right? We're just gonna lose. I think we actually did really solid in that, and of course we had some silly mistakes, but that's something we've been struggling whole year, right? So just step by step.
Yeah.
We're gonna have the draw show soon. Do you want to stay with us and find out?
Yeah, I can. I saw Crisp. I saw Crisp waiting there.
I know. That's not a good news for Europe. I gotta say.
When every time I played against him, I got demolished. I really hope this time he doesn't make my life harder too.
I have flashbacks from 2019 when he demolished Europe's hopes in France against G2 3-0. I'm like, we gave it to you in 2019 in Europe. Please give it to us this time around in China.
Definitely.
A merciful draw is what we're hoping for here.
I'm just asking for North America versus Europe. We need that at least. That's the only ask I have here. Please, Chris.
I mean, I would like to play like... I mean, Koi is tough opponent too, but honestly, I mean, he should just bring whatever we need. If we can't win against the weakest team, it doesn't really matter. We just need to win against the strong ones too.
All right, so what we have so far is that KT and AL have advanced to the knockout stage. They will be in Shanghai in a week from now, which means that there's 6 spots remaining for the quarterfinals.
All right. Ox, if you got me with a matchup that you're interested in. Because there's a lot of killers in Group 1, too. Like,
I'm hoping we don't get Genji HLE.
yeah.
Good thing
my
is,
region's sake.
there's not going to be any repeat matchups here. So if a team is drawn against someone that they have already played, or if a draw would force two teams into a repeated matchup, the drawn team will be moved on to the next available matchup.
Yeah, so if
Let's see how this
you're wondering, G2 have played Top Esports, 100 Thieves have played BLG, and VKS have played Team Super Whale, so those matchups can't happen.
Yeah. Just give me G2 Fly. That's all I'm
That's
asking.
what I want, man.
Yeah.
I want that revenge from MSI.
That would be
still
fun.
salty about this one.
I'll give you Fly Genji.
Oh. I'll pass. I'll pass on that one. Give me 100 Thieves Koi. Oh, these are okay. Let's see what we got here, Chris.
Let's see the technique.
Oh my god.
Better than JJ.
So much better than JJ.
I saw him practicing it backstage. I saw him.
Ah, there you go.
Okay, G2.
Okay. FlyQuest.
Raz is open for
It's a FlyQuest. It's a FlyQuest.
I can sense it. I don't even need to see the ball pull down. I'm closing my eyes at the moment.
If it's not FlyQuest, I'm blaming you.
Oh, my bad.
I would be so bad. All right, let's see what we have.
Moment of truth. Moment of truth.
Oh my.
Please be FlyQuest, please.
Oh my god!
Yes!
Oh my god!
Oh my god.
Crisp was our GOAT. Crisp?
We're coming
appreciate
for you,
Chris.
Raz. We're coming for you this time.
Hell no!
Absolute goat. Oh, wow.
Trimby, I know you're LTA, but who are you rooting for?
Let's be honest. Huh?
Come
I have
on.
some EU roots in me.
There
right?
you
Oh
go.
my god. What about the LTA, man?
I mean, I'm wishing to get LTA, but in the other group, you know, like 100 teams VKS. Like
True.
All right,
Yeah, we got
Genji is the
Genji.
second team.
Oh my god.
People are calling for it. Is it HLE? Is it Hanwha?
No,
The crowd goes
please,
wild,
LPL.
by the way. I don't know if you can hear them,
Yeah.
but
Yeah.
They're
anticipating that
anticipating
matchup.
Chris,
All right, rolling the
Top
drums here.
esports. Is it top? Bro, Chris, show it already.
Oh my god.
I don't know.
Oh my god.
His former team!
2 for 2.
His former
What an
team!
absolute banger of a series.
He did
all
it
of
to
us.
his former
Oh
team!
my god,
Wow.
Chris.
He just did it to them. That's
Ox,
brutal.
How do you feel about this one?
I chose death.
He doesn't feel anything. That's great.
I'm numb.
Numb. That's
Okay,
what he
this
is.
means
All
we will be
right,
getting
HLE.
HLE
CFO, right?
up against
Yeah.
CFO, yeah.
Oh my.
Wow.
That's gonna be spicy.
What a good matchup,
Yeah.
especially on mid lane. I mean, mid lane too, of course, but I really like the AD matchup.
AD matchup, yeah.
Vipers
And
against
Dogo.
Dogo, wow. Dogo has been playing very aggressively. This, wow.
And they've played a lot before as well in the LPL, so...
Yeah.
That is super high.
Taking a step back and look at all of
That is
this.
super high.
Crazy matchup.
G2 versus FlyQuest, whoever wins gets out of Swiss.
Wow.
Is crazy.
Wow.
It's crazy.
That's
It's
actually
actually a
insane.
cinematic.
I mean, for all the other matchups we had before, I'm happy with that. Holy shit.
Yeah.
Holy.
It's funny, G2 of course have had bad runs, like in terms of like unlucky draws.
Yeah.
The last time they had a decent draw, who they faced was NRG.
True, that is true.
You know what?
It seemed very easy at first
Yeah.
to you, but
Oh, now it's the, the other foot. Yeah.
From an LCK perspective, I'm
Right.
just glad we dodged Genji HLE.
What are you praying for now, Trimby?
I mean, my AD wanted to play T1, but I was like,
I keep on hearing this. MKoi told me the same thing. And
they
I'm
want to
like,
play T1,
why?
right? I don't know, it's just like the excitement, I think.
Yeah, I guess.
Yeah.
I never played against Carrier, so, you know,
Oh, that would
I would
be
love
hype.
to see it.
All right,
BLG.
BLG.
Right out the gate.
Okay.
People are chanting tier 1, by the way. They're
Wow.
chanting T1.
I see a lot of
You see,
BLG
everyone
T1
wants
signs.
to play T1.
Yes.
Everyone wants to play T1. Oh my. Nah, please. If now it's VKS, it's gonna be, I don't want to see the reaction.
Open that up. What do we got, Chris?
He's trying to
my,
peek.
Please.
He's speaking every time.
Show it to
T1.
us.
No.
Oh.
Okay, I mean, guys, they didn't look that
They didn't look
good,
that
okay?
good.
They didn't look
They
that
struggled.
good,
True.
okay?
100 Thieves
They're
with
like-
them.
they're
You've
like-
been 100 Thieves.
They're like,
so
they're like top one.
theoretically-
They won LPL, but
it's fine.
it's mandatory. It's mandatory.
Hey, 100 Thieves beat them and you be 100
Yeah.
Thieves.
So,
So
and we are technically way better than 100 Thieves.
Yeah, that's what you said.
there you
That's
go.
all I'm saying.
I like
That's all
those
I'm saying.
odds.
Give me 100 Thieves right here.
Wow,
MKoi
MKoi?
versus 100.
Come on.
I want to see that
100
matchup. I
Thieves.
want to see it.
Please, I am begging. Oh, he
Please.
feels it. He feels the 100 Thieves power in there. Do we get double? EUNA? Do we get it? Just show it to us!
Show it! That's good for us, though. Is it?
Sorry?
Isn't it? That's
a good
job
for
us.
I think MKOI, I think is stylistically really good against that team, in my opinion.
Can 100 Thieves
I like what I'm hearing here.
catch a break?
That's true.
Oh, you're right.
That's true.
Every time!
And
oh my God!
I'll be honest. I'm waiting for Dokla vlog. I'm waiting for Dokla vlog. I wanna see what he's saying.
that is going to be a very angry T1, especially after the past 2 games.
Yeah.
It should be a very angry 100 Thieves. They literally are just gone up.
That's true.
I'm actually very sorry for them.
That is brutal!
It's actually brutal.
That's so messed up.
BLG, top esports, Hanwha Life, and now T1.
Run!
It's unbelievable.
It's the last run for 100 Thieves. They gotta make it count.
They got to sweat for it.
Wow.
An eventful year for this team, and it doesn't stop here, taking on the world champion. What do you think of the draw overall?
I think that
I'm happy with it, honestly. Maybe not Tribute.
I feel sorry for 100 Thieves. I think they had a rough. They've had it rough. I really feel that's no one deserves that
for sure.
What about yourself, brother?
I mean, it's not. I mean, of course, like, it would be nice to get like 100 Thieves or MKOI, right? But to be fair, at the end of the day, if we're not gonna show good performances against BLG and we go to 2, doesn't really matter, right? Like, I think it's good that we play them now, because if we actually can beat them, which of course is manageable, I actually think it's doable, and of course people will, like, you know, be like, for sure, right? But I think if we can actually beat them, we can showcase that we deserve to be 2-2, because I do think our draws, I mean, compared to like 100 Thieves, right, it was just way easier, right? That's for sure.
And maybe after 100 Thieves beat T1, you can then face them.
Wow, imagine for them. Wow, that would be amazing, actually.
For all the marbles.
West is back! West is back!
You were saying that your mid laner is looking forward to facing off against Faker. He was our Oppo player of the series today, and we saw the evolution of VKS from when Miru joined the team.
Yes.
Anything you want to share about your mid laner today and in general, the impact that he has with you guys?
I'm really happy that he showcased such a great performance on that, like, on all these champions, right? Talia, and then his Akali, who's like kind of a signature at this point.
Ooh, that's a U replay, by the way.
I mean, that W kill is kind of crazy. Maple coming out of a retirement just to get this one dished out. I do think he played extremely well all 3 games. And I'm really happy for him, because for sure when it comes to like confidence, we are on our low for sure. And I think he was like struggling a lot with that, because he was our like star player, right? And when things are just not going well, it's very hard for you to carry those games, especially on the world stage. So I'm really happy we could play together and try to enable him a little bit. But I think this series he enabled us a little bit more, for sure. That looked like a clip, like a TikTok clip, no?
It actually did.
After this one, I'm like, I hope BLG only saw that clip. I hope from our series only that clip.
Yeah, just add them.
I hope they're scared.
Show dominance.
For sure. Maybe I need to start vlogging like Dokla as well.
There it is.
There you go.
Hey, we love that kind of content.
That is crazy. That is crazy.
The shirtless content too.
No, okay. I mean, he was about to he was about to take the shirt off.
Zaman should have.
Yeah.
Raz really wanted it. Raz said he'd join him if he did.
Hey, if he did it here, I would have done it.
I mean, you need to invite them. After we win BLG, please invite.
Please, we will.
They're mocking me for the fact that you guys are not taking them, right? Because they're a little bit scared of their English, but their English is fantastic. Don't worry, like, go for it.
Okay.
That sounds great to me.
I think it's important. I mean, they were like stressful.
Taking notes. Even Miru, like, I remember him from the LFL. He was fine.
I think I think he likes is just right. I mean, Miru is probably like
maybe more shy.
Yeah,
but okay,
you can take our coach. You can take our coach. Maybe they can do some translation. Chris, yeah.
All right.
He's really fluent in Korean and English, so he could help with that. Yeah, for sure.
Trimby, is there anything you want to add to the Western audience before we
Steer that camera down.
This is
Tell
your
them what
camera.
they want to
This
hear.
is your time.
FlyQuest versus G2. You have to be there. I don't know what time, I don't know what date. Please just write it up whenever you know. I'm not sure if you check it on LoLeSports or not, but please be there. It's a... I don't even know what to say.
But what about you? What about
your
revenge?
Okay, and about me, we'll try our best because we play against the first seed of LPL. But
you got this.
We got this, okay? We're gonna train. We're gonna train like there's no tomorrow. I think, tomorrow is my birthday, so I'm gonna be really old. I'm gonna be extremely old. I'm gonna be 1 year with more experience coming into that game, and I hope I can make it work.
There you go.
buff. We're just gonna do it now, by the way. 3, 2, 1. Happy birthday to you.
Thank you.
Happy birthday to you.
You can live with Baron.
Happy birthday, dear Trimby. Happy birthday to you.
Thank you. I didn't want to mention it, so
So-
I didn't expect it. I'm very sorry.
I wish you a birthday win.
Thank you.
Amazing performance
Wait, are we
today.
actually playing tomorrow, please?
No, no, no,
Yes.
no. You have time.
get to
But
relax.
still,
You actually
still.
get to chill.
yeah.
Yeah, in 2
days
days
break.
from now. So
Perfect.
yeah, birthday celebration hopefully when we come back. Thank you so much for joining us.
Thank you. I
It has
appreciate
been
every single
amazing.
time.
And yeah,
So nice.
congrats again on taking PSG down and with. Sorry. With VKS advancing, it also means that we had earlier today another team dropping. It is Fnatic earlier today against M.
去打血，因为我昨天不对，我前几天分下来，然后4个人，一个人10几万，还可以顺便刷素材做一个光6，蛮爽。
Bye.